We're in the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2-571 exceed of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2-577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, present.
Mr. David Meadows.
Good morning, Mr. David Meadows, present.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
Mr. Ryan Jones, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 8 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case this morning, it's a protest hearing status, case number 25 PRO 00113, VIP Lounge, license number 119913. Good morning, Ms. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good morning. Derange Daniel, access elevated, and Stephen Hanrahan, access elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. Let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. Let me start with the licensee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Derange Daniel, 1926 9th Street, Northwest Washington, D.C., VIP Lounge.
Mr. Darnell, can you please spell your name for the record, sir?
Derange Daniel, Dereje. The last name is Daniel, Daneale.
Good. Again, good morning, Mr. Daniel.
Good morning.
Mr. Hanrahan, can you please identify your name? Identify yourself for the record and please spell and state your name.
Yes, Stephen Hanrahan, STEPHENHANRAHAN. I'm Commissioner for ANC 1B 1B09.
And you are here this morning, sir, representing ANC 1B. Okay. Now, I just want to remind the ANCs when they're here in front of the board, you're representing ANC 1B. You're not necessarily representing your single member district. You're representing the full ANC because it's a full ANC that's provided standing at the hearing. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. You're welcome, sir. Mr. Daniel, do you have any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the board this morning?
Basically, me and the commissioner, we talk, try to figure out something. So we working on it, try to have more time.
All right. Mr. Henneran, any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the board?
Yes. Believe the ANC, and we also discussed with the applicant that this matter is that the board's the ANC is currently in protest with two other establishments, YOLO Lounge and Cloud Lounge, and we are in the belief that the board's decision regarding these protests will have an outcome on this applicant license, and would like to request that we can extend for a continuance to have a protest hearing be after May 6th time.
All right, so are you agreeing to extend the protest, Mr. Daniel?
Yeah.
All right. Because this is a renewal, there's not an issue. So we will continue, the board will continue this hearing, and the parties can jointly, we will provide another date. And
This
the
is for a substantial change license, just to confirm that.
what it says, it says on my calendar, it says a renewal. So this is case number, if this is case number PRO 00113, it says it's a renewal application. So unless it's when it was it says it's a renewal application, but the long and short of it is if the parties jointly agree to extend the timeline, because the applicant is in agreement, whether or not it's a renewal or a substantial change, we're fine. If he was not in agreement, then I would have more testimony on why is it that you're requesting an extension. But if the parties jointly agree that they want to continue this matter, the board has no problem in granting the continuance. Okay, so we will continue this matter to a date to be determined. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
All right,
Chairperson.
thank
Thank
you.
you, board. Appreciate that.
All right. Have a good day. Yeah,
Thank
you want to say something, sir? What were you? See if you can get him back, Mr. Oriana. Mr. Daniel. Yeah, I think he was saying something. What were you saying something, sir?
No, I just say thank you.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we didn't cut you off too quickly. All right, that's fine. All right. Have
Thank
a
you so
good day.
much.
All right, thank you. All right then, bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right. All right, the next case in our calendar is the show cause hearing status case number 25251 00022 Medusa Lounge, license number 129227. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case?
Good thing I only see the government. Chris Southcott, access
That-
elevated.
That is fine.
That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Southcott, good morning. Please identify yourself for the record.
Good morning. My name is Southcott, first name Chris, last name Southcott from DC's Office of the Attorney General representing the district.
Good morning, sir. I see that the licensee is not here. However, there's no requirement for the licensee to be at a show cause hearing status. If this case is now settled, it is now scheduled for a show cause hearing on April 8th at 10:30 a.m. Would like to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the date of the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses that they will rely upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and/or witnesses timely, the board is empowered to prevent that side from moving forward on relying on those documents and witnesses that have not been timely disclosed. All right, thank you, Mr. Southcott, for that. Your representation in this case today. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 26 CC 00001, District Cure Dispensary, license number 127161. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee in this case?
Sure thing. Abel Gebre, access elevated. And Meredith Kenner, access elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
All right, thank you.
Good morning.
Hold on, please.
Hello, good morning.
Hold on one minute, please, sir. Miss Kenner, I'm sorry. Mr. Southcott, can you please spell and identify yourself for the record?
Good morning, Chris Southcott, first name CHRIS, last name SOUTHCOTT, from DC's Office of the Attorney General, representing the district.
Good morning. Ms. Kenner, good morning. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Good morning. Meredith Kenner on behalf of the establishment, MEREDITHKINNER.
Good morning, ma'am. Is your client here this morning?
Yes, he is. The owner is here.
Mr. Can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name?
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Abel Gabre. I'm the owner of District Cure Dispensary, 2626 Georgia Avenue, Northwest.
Can you please spell your name, sir?
Abel, ABEL, Gabre, GEBRE.
Good morning, sir. All right, Mr. Southcott, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Nothing from the government.
Ms. Kenner, any preliminary matters?
No, Chairperson.
All right, fine. Then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on April 8th at 1:30 p.m. Just want to remind the parties that 7 days before the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses that will be relied upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to timely disclose documents or witnesses that will be relied upon at the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent that side from moving forward to rely on documents and or witnesses that have not been timely disclosed. Any questions by either party?
Nothing from the government.
All right, thank you. Have a great day. If this matter is now settled, I will see you at a show cause hearing on April 8th at 1:30 p.m.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. The next case on our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00110, Kitchen Plus Cocktails by Kevin Kelly, DC, license number 123472. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
No licensee, Chairman, but I'll check in the chat.
Okay.
Tyler Castro, access elevated. It is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Southcott, good morning. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, good morning. My name is.
Hold on, Mr. Cast. Go ahead, Mr. Southcott.
Good morning. My name is Chris Southcott, first name Chris, last name Southcott from DC's Office of the Attorney General representing the district.
Good morning. Mr. Castor, can you please identify yourself for the record and by spelling and stating your name, sir?
Yes, good morning. My name is Tyler Castro. That's spelled Tyler. Last name is Castro, Castro.
And what is your relationship to this establishment, sir?
I am the executive of operations with finance.
Explain that to me. Explain that to me? Explain that to me, sir. Are you part of ownership or you're just?
No, sir. I'm just on the executive director board.
All right. Let me ask you, Mr. Southcott, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
I would just be curious for Mr. Castro to answer. I sent out an email about an OIC to the address that I had on file, which was dc@kitchencocktails.com, and I haven't received any response to the OIC offer. Is there a better email that I can use to communicate the offer?
Yes, absolutely. That email has been closed. I can
Okay.
put one in the chat if you would like.
That would be great. And then expect an email from me shortly about communicating an OIC.
Absolutely. Okay, it's been submitted.
Castro@kevinkellyconcepts.com.
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you.
All right, then if this matter is not settled, then there is the show cause hearing is scheduled for April 22nd at 10:30 a.m. Mr. Castro, if this matter actually goes to a hearing, I need you to provide the board with an authorization letter from one of the owners to saying that you are empowered to represent the establishment at a hearing. That information, if this case is settled short of a hearing, then you and the government can negotiate that authorization. But what I'm just stating to you, if this matter actually goes to a hearing on April 22nd, I need you prior to April 22nd to provide us with an authorization from an owner, meaning that someone who is listed on the license, to state that you can come to a hearing to represent the interests of this business, sir. Okay?
Absolutely. I'm optimistic that won't have to happen, but I am ready to do so. Thank
All
you.
right, fine. But I'm just saying, short of that, you and the government can come to whatever agreement. And if the government is happy with your representation, I'm fine with it because it's just paper coming to us. However, as I'm stated before, if this matter goes to a hearing, then I'm going to require you to provide that information. But anyway, so what I was just stating is that this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on April 22nd. If this matter is not settled, the parties are required to, 7 days before the hearing, exchange documents and witnesses, meaning that a copy of the documents and witnesses you're going to rely upon should be sent to the government, and a copy of that should also be sent to ABCA Legal. Okay? In failure by either side to timely disclose documents, the board is empowered to prevent that side from moving forward with that disclosure. And just also want to state for the record, if this matter goes to a hearing, Mr. Castro must provide the agency with authorization prior to the hearing that he's empowered to represent this business at this licensee at a show cause hearing. All right. Good luck with your negotiation. And if this matter is not settled, I will see you on April 22nd at 10:30. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 26 CMP 00001 Trattoria, 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 license number 119120. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
No licensee, Chairman, but I'm checking in the chat.
All right, thank you, sir.
No response, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Mr. Southcott, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Good morning, Chris Southcott, first name Chris, last name Southcott from DC's Office of the Attorney General representing the district.
Good morning, sir. I see the licensee is not here. However, at show cause hearing status, there is no requirement for the licensee to be here. If this matter is not scheduled, then if this matter is not settled, it is then scheduled for a show cause hearing on April 22nd at 10:30 a.m. Just want to remind the parties that 7 days before the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses that they wish to rely upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and/or witnesses timely, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been timely disclosed. Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you.
The next case on our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00082, Flirt Cocktail Bar and Social Club, license number 127493. This case has been canceled due to submission of an offer in compromise to the board for its review and consideration. And the next case on our calendar, we had a fact-finding hearing on Mirage. License number 129298. This matter is continued to a date to be determined. And the last case on our calendar, there's a fact-finding hearing for Clear Site Labs, license number 127126. Ms. Ariana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and his attorney for this case and any other witnesses?
Sure thing. Michael Corrado, access elevated, and Yutong Zhou, access elevated, and that appears to be all, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Mr. Zhou, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. Yutong Zhou on behalf of the licensee is Yutong, and last name Zhou.
Good morning, sir. Is your client here with you, sir?
Yes, sir. Is Mr. Corrado's here?
Mr. Corrado, good morning. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Good morning. My name is Michael Corrado. That's MichaelCorradl.
All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right, good morning, sir. Good to see you, Mr. Corrado. I believe the last time I saw you was when we had a fact-finding hearing when you were presenting information of your lab. It's my understanding that the lab is up and running. This is a fact-finding hearing, sir, and the only issue that the board will address at the fact-finding hearing is the status of your accreditation. That is the only issue. There might be other issues going on out there, but that's not of concern to the board at this juncture. A fact-finding hearing is that the board is just gathering facts. The board at a fact-finding hearing, the witnesses are not sworn in, and so the board cannot order you to take any specific action today at a fact-finding hearing. The board you could volunteer to do, if we ask you to do something, you can volunteer to say, yes, I will do it. If you volunteer to say, yes, I'll do it, it's binding. But you can say, I'm not going to do it. And there's really nothing, and there's nothing legally the board can do in this hearing to force you to do that. Okay, just want to know. So we're just gathering information.
Okay.
So before I ask this, and I'm not sure either yourself or your attorney can respond, but just give me some general information about your lab, how long you've been open,
Sure.
and what's going on with your lab. So basically,
Gladly. Thank you, sir. So yes, we've been, and you're correct. The last time we spoke was a fact-finding hearing before our licensure. That was about 1.5 years ago. So in the year and a half since, we've been able to open the lab. We've started testing the medical cannabis products in DC, working with the licensees, making sure that the products are safe and tested and moving on to the market appropriately. And in the process of that, working to build up the laboratory capabilities, bring on staff, and build out the lab to where it needs to be, which brings us to where we are today. So it's been a very busy year and a half, and we've made a lot of progress, especially considering that before we opened, there was no testing in DC. So I think in the past year and a half, there's been a lot of progress in the medical cannabis industry in general here, and the reason we're here today, as you mentioned, would be the accreditation. So that's something we've been working on this entire time.
All right, so but before I get there, let me go there and then I'm going to back up. So you are aware that you need under 22 CDCMR 6404.2, you must obtain ISO accreditation within 6 months after being issued a registration by the board. Now, as you stated, you've been in business for a year and a half,
That's right.
and you do not have that accreditation. So why is it that you do not have that accreditation?
Great question. Yes, I submitted a comment about a little over a year and a half ago before we even got the license operational, basically saying that 6 months is not a realistic timeline for a laboratory to attain ISO accreditation, and it's actually closer to 2 years. Really, is what most laboratories would need. In my experience, I've generally seen 1 to 2 years being the standard, and that's for a fully staffed out, fully built out laboratory. Given the fact that we're a small market and we're starting from step zero, essentially, 2 years would be a more appropriate estimate. But the reason for that really is that the accreditation process is a lengthy and exhaustive one. All that is really is that it's it's similar in some ways to a licensure process through ABCA and through the board, where there's multiple steps that go into it before a site assessor or an inspector is assigned. And then after that inspector is assigned, there's multiple steps after that. And each of these steps takes months. So basically, I can give you a quick rundown of the process, and then we can get into what stage of the process we're in, if that's helpful.
Yep. Yeah, that's helpful. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so basically, when we started the laboratory, we engaged different accreditation agencies to see who would be able to help us with the accreditation. And the way it works is that the ISO 17025 standard is an international standard, but that body does not have their own accreditation agents. So they subcontract, essentially. They license out the ability to apply that standard to different agencies that are located throughout the country and throughout the world, right? So in this area, there are a handful, thankfully, that we can choose from. So we ended up going with an accreditation agency based out of Falls Church in Virginia. So local, close by, and easily accessible for the DC area. Now, once we've engaged that agency, they contact us. There's a fee structure that we go through. Of course, we have to pay them. And we start exchanging preliminary information. That whole process can take a month to 2 months, depending on how quickly they respond and how, what their availability is to contact us. Then after that, we receive our first application, which is a personnel management application. Basically, they want to know who works at the lab, what their roles are, what everyone's background is, and who will be interacting directly with their accreditation team. That usually takes 1 to 2 months as well. Again, we don't own a lot of this timeline. Whenever we submit documents, there's no telling how long it'll take them to get back to us. They're bound by certain time constraints, but the time constraints are pretty lengthy. So it's usually 30 days or so that they have to get back to us with feedback. And then we get back to them and the process repeats itself. So that's just the initial part of it. Then from there, we engage in available proficiency testing, basically subcontracting other third parties, not the accreditation agency, but another third party, to send us materials so we can test out our methods against those materials and obtain results that are sufficient to determine that, yes, we do test for these analytes and our results are consistent with the results of other laboratories. So almost like an extended intra-laboratory study. But as you can imagine, that also takes some time. So that usually is about 3 months, all said and done. The proficiency tests happen twice a year at different intervals, depending on which company and which analyte we're going for. and then we have about a month to submit the results, and they have about a month to 2 months to get back to us with the report. So we've already done that as well. That can take a little while, of course, as you can imagine. Then after that's done, we submit our initial application for accreditation. So that's an exhaustive application. It is hundreds of pages long as far as the documents that are needed to submit. And that takes about a 2-month period. We submit that, they review it, and once they've accepted that, they assign us our site assessor. So that's them saying, hey, we determined based on the documents you've submitted that it's worth us sending our inspector, our site assessor there, because your documents are satisfactory. So we're done with that process as well. So that's been completed. And now we're at the process where they've accepted our application, determined it to be satisfactory for review, and they've scheduled us a site assessment with one of their in-person inspectors. So we have that assessment currently, and the last week of April is when she'll be stopping by and spending a couple days, up to probably even 3-4 days at the laboratory to come with us and see what we do and ask us questions. So it's a pretty lengthy process. So that's where we are right now. Now, after this, we're going to wait for her to submit a report, give us feedback. We have 30 days to address that feedback. She has another 30 days to return to us with more feedback and come back for a reassessment or another visit, a follow-up visit. And this process just repeats itself, essentially, until she's deemed there to be no other items to look after and that we have our full initial accreditation. So I know that's a lot of information right there. If you have any questions, please let me know. But we're pretty well into the process at the point now where we have, again, our initial application has been accepted. We have our assessor assigned. I've already been in contact with her about her arrangements when she gets here. And we have our date of the assessment or our date range of the assessment. And then from there, it could be anywhere from 4 to 8 months, depending on how the initial assessment goes and depending how the assessor deems the action items to be followed up on.
So let me ask you a question. You stated that, and I'm not sure, did you do that at a fact-finding hearing, or did you just send comments to the agency to say that the 6 month was not sufficient?
I sent a email to Abra Legal at the time in July of 2024. So this is shortly after the fact-finding hearing, with some comments based on what I knew the capabilities to be versus what I what the regulations said. So that was one of the comments, and there were a couple other comments that I submitted.
So you're saying then if this on-site review occurs the first week of April.
Last week of April.
I'm sorry, so what?
The last week of April. I wish it was the first week. Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, the last week of April. You're looking to what timeline do you believe, if everything was to work itself, the assessor came, did the site visit, is happy with everything that was seen, and there's no feedback in the sense that you need to make any changes, you're projecting when do you believe that you could have your license?
I would say best case scenario would be 4 months from the end of April there, because it takes her about a month to provide her preliminary report. And as with anything, there's always feedback. That's just part of the process. So there's always going to be another visit, and depends on how lengthy her feedback list is. But about a month to prepare that report. We have a month to respond. She has another 2 months to schedule the follow-up and then perform that follow-up and sign off on it. So ideally, it would be 4 months from the end of April.
May, June, July, August. So we're talking about August, and there's not a lot that happens in August. Even the ABC board goes on recess in August. So I think a lot of people flee DC in August because of the weather. I think the weather is no different in DC than many other places we go, so we don't need to flee necessarily. But the powers that be decided that the ABC board, we do go on recess the second or third week in August. But I guess you're saying we're talking about September.
Best case.
All right. when was your license issued?
It was issued in mid-August of 24.
So that would be, and when did you start the application process for the accreditation?
Oh, for the accreditation? Oh, started that right away. Yeah. Yes,
So
we
I'm
contacted.
sorry.
Contacted them by the end of 24.
So you're saying then, based on your schedule, it worked out that you as you stated that you share with the agency that it would take about 2 years for this process to occur, and it appears that we're at the 2-year juncture as you had anticipated.
That's right.
Because I think we do have the regulation that said it must be done within 6 months, and I guess that we maybe we need to revisit this deadline, and I don't know. And let me ask you, I'm not. It might have been shared with the board. Legal might have shared this information with the board. I don't recall.
Sure.
But tell me the gist of what was submitted. What did you provide to the agency in 24? Tell me, just tell me, what is it that you provided?
I provided what I believe I called a policy comment, basically saying that I understand the regulation as it's written in DC, but for several reasons, it's not a regulation that the 6-month timeline is not sufficient. And I believe I drew a reference to the regulations in Virginia, where they give up to 2 years for an initial for when a laboratory opens because of this reason. So they adjusted it based on the actual timeline of the accreditation process. So I believe I submitted what I call a policy comment.
Yeah, I was just trying to find. What I was trying to find out if you had provided examples of other states and how long. Right. That's what I was trying to get at, because I don't know where the 6 months came from. So
I don't know.
I was just curious. So if we're gonna make policy moving forward, I need to have information on other states. How long is it that other states provide testing laboratory? How long are they given to get this accreditation? And I'm to the best of your knowledge, is this accreditation that's required for all labs throughout the United States? Are you aware, or is it specific to DC, or do you know?
So it's a little bit of both. I know some markets require it for every lab. Some markets do not necessarily require it for every lab. It is something that is commonly referenced, though, and I definitely do think it's a good idea to have it as a requirement. I just think the only thing would be the timeline is unrealistic at 6 months. I've seen fully staffed laboratories with a dozen scientists take 2 years to get the accreditation. And given that we're a very small market and my staff is myself and another scientist, as well as some operations personnel that help us, 2 years is, I'm pretty proud of the timeline that we've been able to adhere to. But it's, 6 months is just not something that's a realistic timeline, especially for a lab that's just opened.
And I remember the first time I met you, I think we were doing, years ago, we were doing, the board went to visit labs.
That's right.
Not necessarily just not labs per se. We went to visit cultivation centers, I think, earlier in the process, and I remember meeting you working in a lab. It was all over my head. A lot of us at the time was over our heads because cannabis was new to the board. So it's interesting that I first met you working in a cultivation center lab, and now you have your own lab, and hopefully you're in compliance with the law, and doing what's necessary to ensure that the products that are available to our patients here within DC, that the products are safe.
That's right.
All right. So just from so let me ask you some other questions, but these are just so who's your management team?
So my management team is myself. I have a director of operations, and I have a laboratory director.
So it's just a three-member staff. Is that what it is?
Four. We have another employee as well. And he does our sampling and some of the laboratory work with us as well. But the management team would be the three of us.
Right. So who's making the legal and management decisions for the business?
So that's generally me and my operations director. And then of course we have counsel, and that is what we refer to for any legal decisions.
Yeah. I'm reading all the questions I have, and I think when in the overview, you actually answered all the questions that I am. Let me see. See. All the questions that they gave me to ask you in your overview, you have answered all those questions. And so, do any board members have any specific questions that they wish to ask you? The board members are saying, no, Mr. Karada, it is a pleasure meeting you. As I said, this is probably the third time that we're meeting, and each
Yes,
time
sir.
we've met, it's always in furtherance of the type of work that you're doing. It is good that we finally have a testing lab in the District of Columbia, and the purpose of this hearing is just to ensure that you are moving towards getting this ISO 17025 accreditation, and to make sure that that you're working towards getting this accreditation. The presentation that you made today appears to me that you're on top of it, so it's impressive that you're on top of it. But we just want to make sure that you move as quickly as possible to provide. I know you don't have any control over a third party, but
Right.
we just want to make sure that you do everything in your power, so it's not the third party waiting on you to
Absolutely.
provide information. And we're looking to, if you have any additional information that you can provide the agency regarding the time period that other states utilize to get to for this process, to how long it would take for this process, I would ask that you provide it to the agency, because clearly if 6 months is not sufficient, and if other states provide a longer timeline, then we need to revisit this regulation to say what is an appropriate timeline to hold yourself to, or if another lab opens up within DC, how long it will take to get accreditation, if they're providing all the information to the third party. And it appears to me, from at least from what I've heard here, you've been on top of providing information to the board to ensure that you comply with the law.
Absolutely. I'd be happy to do that. And I'd also be happy to provide regular updates as we move through the rest of the process. That way, you all and the agency are fully aware of exactly where we are.
So let me ask you a question. What do you call, I'm going to come back to you, Ms. Quinn. What do you call regular updates?
I would say I could do a monthly update. I could do an update as status change. So, right after the site assessment, basically whenever a new development has happened in the process. But as you said, my mission is to make sure that the timeline is controlled completely by the third party, and that they're never waiting for us for any substantial amount of time to respond to their feedback.
So, Mr. Carrada, now this is you voluntarily agreeing to provide the board with the agency with monthly timeline updates. Is that correct?
Absolutely. That's correct.
So So we're going to hold you to that. This is the only thing that the board can hold you to. It's because you agreed to do this, and so therefore we're going to hold that you will provide the agency with monthly updates of the process.
Absolutely.
Ms. Quinn.
Yes, I'm just wondering, is it possible for us to get some kind of status statement directly from ISO?
So you, yes, you could, not from ISO directly because they don't deal with any
Oh,
of the
I'm sorry.
lines.
Yeah, I understand that
Yes.
there's a third party that's doing the
That's right.
analysis. So I'm just wondering if there's a way for us to get some kind of independent statement from that
Absolutely.
party affirming the status and the path forward. It
Absolutely.
would be good to see that their estimate of how long it might take to see how it aligns with what you've testified to here.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd be happy to put you in touch directly or, request a status statement. Just let them know that, our regulatory agency is requesting us to provide them with a comprehensive update that's not just from us. So I could absolutely do that.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
All right. If there's no other questions, the board will take this matter under advisement, and as I stated, Mr. Crowder, what you have agreed to do is that you'll provide the agency with monthly updates on the process, and you'll also find out whether or not it is possible for the third party to provide the agency with an overview of the process.
That's right.
All right. All right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Zoe.
Thank you.
Thank you. You guys have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, the board members.
Bye-bye. All right, sir. The board we have now concluded our morning calendar. And since we have completed our morning calendar, let me now do our legal agendas. So the first agenda we'll do this morning is our legal agenda alcohol. On the legal agenda alcohol, there are 3 matters on this agenda. I'll review all 3, then I'll make a recommendation, then I'll call for a vote for the ABC board members to vote to approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair for the legal agenda. So number 1, review of settlement agreement. This is for Little Beast, license number 135034. The recommendation is that we will approve the settlement agreement. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement for Annie's Paramount Steaks, license number 007930. The recommendation is that we approve the settlement agreement. Number 3, it's the review of an offer in compromise. This is for case number 25, CIT 00091, the Golden Age, license number 120935. The offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, failed to file required quarterly statement, secondary tier violation, DC Code section 25-113B2A. A warning will be issued, and the recommendation is to approve the offer in compromise. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation as put forth by the chair for the legal agenda alcohol. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to the legal agenda alcohol addendum. On this addendum, there are 7 matters. Let me read. I'll go through all 7. Number 1, review of a settlement agreement. This is for case number 26 PRO 00012. This is Caspian Crusp, license number 134033. Recommendation approval. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement. This is for Dance Loft on 14th. The license number is 134344. Recommendation approval. Number 3, review settlement agreement. This is for Whitlow's. License number 082871. Recommendation approval. Number 4, review this amendment to a settlement agreement. This is for MK Lounge U Street. This is in case number 25 PRO 00131. And the license number is 131092. Recommendation approval. Number 5, review of settlement agreement. This is for SUST. This is in case number 25 PRO 00114. License number 126215. Recommendation approval. Number 6, review of settlement agreement. This is for POSH, POSH Lounge. This is in case number 25 PRO 00130. The license number is 123209. Recommendation approval. Number 7, review of offer in compromise. This is for case number 25 CMP 00082. Flirt Cocktail Bar and Social Club, license number 127493. And the offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, made a substantial change by operating and offering entertainment outside of approved hours. Statutory authority. DC Code Section 25-762. This charge is dismissed. Charge 2, operated outside of approved hours. Statutory authority. DC Code Section 25-723B, and there is a fine of $1,000 payable within 30 days of the board accepting the offer in compromise. If payment is not made in 30 days, the license will be suspended until payment has been made, and the recommendation is to approve. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair for the legal agenda alcohol addendum. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the notice of meeting legal agenda medical cannabis. On this agenda, there are 5 applications, and let me review all 5. Number 1, review of an offer in compromise. This is for case number 25 ULC 00057, Sky's the Limit, and the offer in compromise is as follows. Number 1, property owner affirms that they have received affirmative confirmation from Sky's the Limit LLC acknowledging the termination of its lease and intention to vacate the premises as evidenced by Exhibit A. 2, property owner acknowledged that they will provide reasonable cooperation to respondent to permit respondent to recover any personal property owned by the respondent that remain on the premises. Number 3, property owner agrees to not lease the premises to Sky's the Limit LLC, nor to lease the premises to 1, any successor company to Sky's the Limit, or 2, any unlicensed cannabis establishment for purpose for which a license is required by the district law or regulations at any time in the future. 4, property owner agrees to notify ABCA when it has leased the premises to a new tenant to provide the identity of the new tenant, including the business name and owner, and permit ABCA to perform an inspection of the premises before the new tenant takes possession of the premises, and therefore during those hours, if any, that the premises are open to the public. 5, property owner agree that if a future tenant at the premises, which has not filed an accepted and pending application with the ABC board, knowingly engages or attempts to engage in the purchase, sale, exchange, delivery, or any another form of commercial transaction involving cannabis for which a license is required by district law or regulation, it shall be grounds for the board to issue a subsequent notice of summary closure and issue landlord such fines as may be authorized by law. Property owner agrees to waive the notice required set forth in DC Code Section 7-1675.01A with respect to the instant matter 2025-ULC 005. Number 8, the current summary closure shall remain in effect until ABCA makes the keys to the premises available to property owner for pickup at its office or at another mutually agreed upon time, date, and location. Recommendation for that is approval. Number 2, review motion for reconsideration. This is in case number 25CC 00005, Doobie District License number 126751, recommendation denial. Number 3, review of opposition to motion listed above. This is in case 25CC 00005, Doobie District License number 126751. This is now recommendation. This is now moot. Number 4, review of reply to opposition listed above. This is in case number 25CC 00005, Doobie District License number 126751, recommendation moot. And number 5, review of motion for reconsideration. This is in case number 26CC 00003, Bud Love license number 128413, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation that's set forth by the chair for the legal agenda medical cannabis. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Jones, I agree.
Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda medical cannabis addendum. There's one matter on this addendum, and it's a review of an offer in compromise. This is for case number 25 ULC 00077, Flowers. And the offer in compromise is as follows. Number 1, the parties agree that Flowers LLC has permanently vacated and terminated its lease of the premises as noted in ABC Board Order number 2026-229, attached as Exhibit A. Number 2, property owner acknowledges that it is responsible for returning any property owned by Flowers LLC that remains in the premises and over which Flowers LLC has a right to legal right to return. Number 3, property owner agrees to not lease the premises to any unlicensed cannabis establishment at any time in the future. 4, property owner agrees that if a future tenant of the premises which has not filed an accepted and pending application with the ABC Board knowingly engages or attempts to engage in the purchase, sale, exchange, delivery, or another form of commercial transaction involving cannabis, it shall be a subsequent violation of DC Code Section 7-1671.08F and grounds for the board to issue subsequent notice of summary closure and issue property owner a fine of up to $10,000 under DC Code Section 7-1675.01B. Property owner agrees to waive the notice requirements set forth in DC Code Section 7-1675.01A in the instant matter. And 5, the current summary closure shall remain in effect until ABCA makes the keys to the premises available to property owner for pickup at its office or at another mutually agreed upon time and location. And the recommendation for this is approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair for the legal agenda medical cannabis addendum. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to our ABC licensing agenda. On the first agenda, there are 16 applications. So I'm going to review all 16 applications, and I'll make recommendations. Then I'll make a motion and ask that the ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair. So number 1, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Ziegfeld Secret, license number 078663, recommendation approved through September 30th, 2026. Number 2, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Dancing Crab. License number 090297. Approval through September 30th, 2026. Number 3, review application to extend safekeeping of license. Dancing Crab LLC, formerly Tinley Grill, license number 117245. Approval through September 30th, 2026. Number 4, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is M Street Entertainment LLC, formerly RIRA, RIRA, license number 119608, recommendation approval through September 30th, 2026. Number 5, review application extend safekeeping of license. This is to be determined it used to be Canal Square Associates LP, license number 118463, recommendation approval through September 30th, 2026. Number 6, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Kinlaw, license number 1293637, recommendation approval through September 30th, 2026. Number 7, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for SB Wine and Spirits, license number 126840, recommendation approval through September 30th, 2026. Number 8, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Grand Liquors, license number 125406, recommendation approval through September 30th, 2026. Number 9, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Melly Mertz, Melly Mezi Club, license number 117790, recommendation approval through September 30th, 2026. Number 10, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is Mommy, MOMIII, license number 076962, recommendation approval through September 30th, 2026. Number 11, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Congress Market, license number 122081, recommendation approval through September 30th, 2026. Number 12, review application change of hours. This is for Dance Place, license number 125838, recommendation placard. Number 13, review application of street endorsement with 88 seats. This is for Tap 99, license number 116883, recommendation placard. Number 14, review request for approval to provide a gift of a coffee machine that doesn't exceed $500 in value to Calvert Woodley Fine Wine and Spirits, license number 129692. The request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554, recommendation approval. Number 15, review requested remove the carrier and delivery endorsement for the game of skill endorsement from the license. This is for St. Arnulf on Jefferson, license number 085989, recommendation approval. And number 16, review application, withdraw the application for expansion of the Sidewalk Cafe. This is for Immigrant Food, license number 115958, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair for the alcohol legal agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree with the recommendations.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. All right. So let's now do the alcohol cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. Petit Cerise, Petitecerise, license number 118037. The licensee requests cancellation. I therefore make a motion that ABC board vote to cancel this license. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows. Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. On this docket, there are 10 applications. I'll review all 10 recommendations, and then I will have the ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair. Number one, a request from Howard W. Garrett Jr. from one-day license class F. This is for reception. This is on March 20th. The license number is 135446, 150 attendees, 3 security guards, recommendation approval. Number two, a request from Torrance Swain, one-day license class F, live entertainment. This is for April 19th. The license number is 135467, 4,000 attendees, 80 security guards, recommendation approval. Number three, a request from Julie Murphy, one-day license class F, concert. This is for April 25th. The license number is 135506, 200 attendees, 4 security guard, recommendation approval. Number four, a request from Amir M. Radwan for one-day license class F, game night. This is April 26th. The license number is 135508, 100 attendees, 2 security guard, recommendation approval. Number five, a request from Lisa Lennon, one-day license class G, live auction. This is March 28th. The license number is 135433, 450 attendees, 9 security guards, recommendation approval. Number six, a request from Lillian Iverson, one-day license class G, live entertainment. April 4th, license number 135479, 5,000 attendees, 100 security guards, recommendation approval. Number seven, a request from Godfrey Girard, Giraud, one-day license class G, DC Cocktail Festival. This is March 28th. The license number is 135488. 1,600 attendees, 32 security guards, recommendation approval. Number eight, a request from John Issa, one-day license class G, March Madness related event. This is March 26th through March 29th. The license number is 135516. The 111 attendees, 4 security guards, recommendation approval. Number nine, a request from Cecily Mendy for one-day license class G, Cherry Blossom Festival with DJ and go-go music, March 29th. License number is 135450, 500 attendees, 6 security guards, recommendation approval. And number 10 is our request from DC Broad Brewery, one-day substantial change, anniversary party, nature of substantial change, set up beer garden, parking lot adjacent establishment. This is April 18th. The license number is 085083, substantial change license 26SC00585, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair for the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree on 2 through 10. I will recuse myself for number 1 because I will be attending that event and will be recognized at that event.
the matter passes. The matter passes 5-0 on number 2 through 10 and 401 on number 1, which is, let me go back to it.
Mr. Garrett.
Which is the license for Howard Garrett on the 20th. And all right, thank you. Okay, so the board did vote. All right, fine. All right. So let's now move on to the let's move on to the licensing administrative docket. On the licensing administrative docket, there are 32 applications on this docket. And so without objection, I make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve all the applications, all 32 applications on the licensing administrative docket for March 18th, 2026. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Now let's move to the medical cannabis licensing agenda. On this agenda, number 1, review of change of hours. This is for H3, license number 129096. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. And now let's go to the last agenda for the day, the medical cannabis license administrative docket. On this docket, there are 4 applications. So let me review all 4 applications, make some recommendations, and then I'll ask the ABC board members to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair. So number 1, you have an application from Holistic District. It's a medical cannabis retailer with delivery endorsement. This is a new standard application. The recommendation is a fact finding. Number 2, our request from CEST Modi, CEST, last MODI. The license number is 127934. It's a medical cannabis retailer with delivery endorsement. The trade name is now is changing the trade name from Seth Modi to Dispensary, and recommendation approval. Number 3, this is District Wellness Center, license number 127954, medical cannabis retail with delivery endorsement, new application, social equity application, recommendation fact finding. Number 4, Green Cloud Shop, license number 130775, medical cannabis retailer with delivery endorsement, new application standard applicant, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board vote to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair for the medical cannabis license administrative docket. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones and Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We have now concluded the board's business for the morning, and I'll ask all board members to return to executive session for further development, and the board we will come back for our afternoon session at 1:30 See you, the board, in executive session. Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon, we're on the record. Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. Joining me this afternoon are two other board members, Ms. Terry Janine Quinn and Mr. David Meadows. The board has 3 members in attendance, and that constitutes a quorum. So we can continue. The board can conduct business because we have a quorum, and 3 members constitutes a quorum on the ABC board. So let's go on our afternoon calendar. The first case in our afternoon calendar is case number 25, CMP 00044, Tipsy Lounge and Restaurant, license number 11141. And this case has been continued. I'm sorry. Yes, this case has been continued to a date to be determined. The next case on our calendar is case number 25, PRO 00130, Posh Lounge, license number 123209. This hearing has been canceled pending the review of the settlement agreement. And once the board have reviewed this settlement agreement, then we will make a decision on its approval. The last case on our calendar this afternoon is a continuation of protest hearing 25 PRO 00090, Onyx Rooftop Lounge, license number 130390. Good afternoon, Ms. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good afternoon. Lead investigator Felicia Dantzler, access elevated. Cameron Mixon, access elevated. Dan Kaufman, access elevated. Kevin R. DeBelli, access elevated. Alex Marshall, access elevated. Mike Silverstein, access elevated. Nancy Groff, access elevated. Olivia Rosenweg, access elevated. And Rishi Lal, access elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Let me have the parties introduce themselves for the record, and let me start with you, Mr. Mixon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Cameron Mixon for the applicant Onyx Rooftop Lounge, CAMBERON MIXON.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mixon. Mr. Silverstein, good afternoon. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Good afternoon, Mike Silverstein, MIKESILVERSTEIN, non-legal representative for the Group of 5 and for the ANC2B.
Good afternoon. All right, I'll have Mr. Marshall, just since you're here, you're from the ANC. Please identify yourself for the record, sir.
Yes, this is Alex Marshall, ALEXMARSHALL. I'm the Advisory Neighbor Commissioner for Single Member District 2B05, and I'm ANC2B's representative in this matter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marshall. You said the magic word that you are ANC2B's representative. Okay, I like that because I've always
tried to remember that.
I always remind the ANC that you're not here representing your single member district. You're here representing the ANC. So thank you for remembering that and putting that on the record, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome, Sheriff.
All right. This is a continuation of the hearing that we started. It appeared to be such a long time ago, but in February 4th was when we started this hearing. And February 4th, the applicant testified, so the applicant and his witnesses testified, and we had Mr. Alex Vogel from the protestant also testified. So it's my understanding, at least this is from my notes, that the protestants have 4 more witnesses to testify. Is that correct? Mr. Silverstein, you're on mute, sir.
We have 4 and a rebuttal witness, and the rebuttal witness will be Investigator Dantzler.
All right. So, all right.
And
So
that will be very brief.
all right. So let me ask, are there any, prior to us starting, are there any preliminary matters that we need to bring to the attention? Do you have any preliminary matters, Mr. Mixon, that I need to address?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm going to reiterate the same point I raised in the outset of day one of this protest hearing, that that applicant opposes any attempts for protestants to introduce witnesses beyond who were previously identified on the PIF, and that would exceed the 5 witness limit, which we received notice for prior to the hearing.
So who are the? I did, okay. So I did rule. All right. So what was the ruling regarding? Because I wrote who the. This is what I wrote, and so for the protestants, I had Kevin. If I can read my last name. So I had Kevin, Alex, Olivia, Alex, and Nancy. Those are the witnesses I have listed for the protestant at the beginning of the case. Are there, and I know that Mr. Silverstein stated that there is going to be a rebuttal witness, which does not count, but are there other witnesses outside of the names that I just read?
I was referring to the rebuttal witness that they're Investigator Dantzler.
The party, as you're aware, if there are something that needs to be rebutted, and if the party, if one party decide to call a rebuttal witness based on testimony that was based on previous testimony, I mean, it's not anticipated that they would have known to identify the witness previously. So I'm not gonna disallow a rebuttal witness. And I guess I just maybe Mr. Silverstein can provide, when he calls the witness, maybe he can provide us with a proffer of what is it that this witness is going to rebut, because this is not a witness who's going to testify on a trove. The witness is just being called to rebut maybe an allegation that was made. So I would ask that whenever the witness is called, for us to have a proffer of what it is that this witness will rebut, and then the board will be fine with that. So who is your first witness, Mr. I'm sorry, so Mr. Mixon, yes, you did have you had preliminary matters. Mr. Silverstein, do you have any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the board?
Yes, sir, I do. And I sort of, in a way, apologize. I want to move this quickly. We do have a motion to strike the testimony of Alexander Hodge. The protestants moved to strike the testimony of Mr. Hodge on the grounds that he was not truthful regarding his representation of his credentials before the board on February 4th, 2026. Specifically, on February 4th, Mr. Hodge testified as follows on page 84, beginning line 8 through page 85, line 2. I'll read very briefly from this. Mr. Silverstein, you testified that you hold a bachelor's degree from Full Sail Academy or University, correct, in 2001? Mr. Hodge, that's correct. I move down. You say you graduated in 2001 and the degree is in audio engineering. That's correct. You represented as a 4-year bachelor's degree, correct? Mr. Hodge, it's not a 4-year degree. It's a 2.5-year program to achieve that degree. It's a very condensed program, Mr. Silverstein, right? Mr. Hodge, I'm going to school up to 7 days a week, but you're full on for an entire 2.5 years. Mr. Chairman, inquiries of Full Sail University have disclosed information from the attachments which we have sent to you from the registrar and also from Mr. Hodge's testimony. Here was our concern. And I'm sorry, this isn't our full case. This is just something we need to clear up right now for other reasons. Mr. Hodge testified he has a bachelor's degree. Full Sail University's records indicate he does not. They show he received a lesser degree, an associate's degree. Mr. Hodge testified he was able to get his bachelor's degree in less than 4 years by, quote, going to school up to 7 days a week, but you're full on for an entire 2.5 years. The university registrar and the transcript provided to us that we have sent to you indicate he did not attend for 2.5 years. University records sent to us and sent on to you indicate he attended for 12 months, exactly 1 year, from 3/29/2001 to 3/29/2002. The witness demonstrated a lack of candor. Therefore, the board should not rely on his testimony, or at least this matter should be taken into account. The falsifying or embellishing of credentials and for someone who sought to be an expert witness is not a minor matter. We ask the board to strike or note this discrepancy in the testimony of Alexander Hodge.
Now, I haven't seen the documents, and so, Mr. Mixon, have you seen the documents, and do you have a response?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair. The protestant's motion here is pathetic. The issues to which Mr. Hodge's testimony relate were his direct involvement in monitoring the noise output at Onyx, his own experiences in recommending measures that, as we can see from other testimonial and photographic evidence, were in fact implemented at Onyx. As his resume attests to, he does in fact have over 20 years of experience, and while we acknowledge that he may have misspoke with the exact title of his degree, nothing about the argument that the protestants have set forth demonstrates that he is in any way incapable of providing the recommendations that he did to Onyx, that he does not have the requisite experience to be an informed, knowledgeable expert with over 20 years professional experience in this industry, both in the US and abroad. And that they provided no substance as to how the title of the degree being different means that he did not actually receive the requisite experience to be such an expert. Whether it's an associate's or it's bachelor's, there's no standard before this board as what kind of educational experience are necessary to be an expert. And if you do review the attached documents, they do demonstrate he has a stellar academic career in all relevant fields, or all relevant coursework to this field. Not only does his mistake not demonstrate a lack of candor, there's no demonstration that he's not qualified, and this is immaterial to the issues. The motion should be denied.
May I respond?
Yes, Mr. Silverstein.
This is similar in many ways to the difference between a nurse practitioner and a doctor. This is similar to having a master's or a PhD, that you say you were there 2.5 years for a 4-year degree, and it turns out you were there for 365 days. If you're going to be testifying on matters that are precise, you need to be precise about where you went to school, how long you were there, and what degree you got. If we're going to be loose on this, it's one thing to say that this gentleman is not qualified. I did not say that. We did not argue that. We argued that there was a lack of accuracy and candor, and we went over this multiple times with him, including the fact that they sent a PIF but did not introduce it as evidence, because the PIF in fact also said that, which is where we got this, wondering why this happened, when the university itself, and this is where we got this, said they did not give any bachelor's degrees until either 2003 or 2004. That's why we got this. We saw this right on their list, so this can't be right.
Mr. Chair,
it was fast and loose with the facts.
For the purposes of privacy law, I mean, there's great questions asked about their ability to obtain this information that should be held in confidentiality between Mr. Hodge and his educational institution.
I have not seen whatever documents were submitted to the agency. I haven't seen it, so I'm just listening to arguments. So I don't know. I don't know what the documents are that were submitted. I don't know because I'm not privy to it. I'm not ready to. The board is not ready at this juncture to vote on that motion. So we'll take it under advisement, and we will make a decision on on the motion in the decision that's issued by the board, and the board will, yeah, based on that decision, will give his testimony whatever weight that the board believes it should be granted. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would only point out that this was received last week and was sent this week on Monday morning. It was sent Monday morning to Abra Legal, and we were not hiding this from anything. And we also sent it at the same time to Mr. Mixon. So this was not hidden, sir.
All right, that's fine. All right, that's fine. Thank you on that. So who is the first witness you wish to call?
Our first witness would be Investigator Dantzler.
And let's have a what is it that you're calling Investigator Dantzler? I'm trying to figure it.
As a rebuttal witness.
She was and I don't have any notes. Was Investigator Dantzler did she do the case report in this case? Or was it a different investigator?
The investigator who did the report was Investigator Davis.
Okay, so all right. Okay, so what is it that, just provide us a proffer of what is it that investigator, you're calling a rebuttal witness. Just provide
Yes, I am.
short proffer, what is it that she's supposed to rebut?
Mr. Hodge commented on page 110 that regarding the noise, where it was coming from and whatever, that you can't tell where which place is playing what. And he made comments about how there was noise in multiple and various places, and there's no way that anyone could figure these things out without a machine. And Investigator Dantzler was in the unit of the complainant, and she was able to hear these things, and she can explain how and why, and most importantly, what she heard, which will verify what other people say. Otherwise, it's a he said, she said as to what's going on in there. But first and most important, Hodge said you can't tell where which is playing what. And in fact, we believe that, and we've not spoken to Investigator Dantzler, but we believe that she can tell us that. And she can rebut what Mr. Hodge said.
But I just want to ask, before I ask Mr. Mixon, what is this establishment? Are there noise complaints on its investigative history?
As we set forth in the first day of this hearing, Mr. Chair, we're aware through FOIA requests that the agency has received approximately 12 anonymous noise complaints, none of which have resulted in an ABCA enforcement action. There is one warning, but none that have actually resulted in a penalty.
And the reason I'm asking, wasn't that Investigator Dantzler is going to testify that she could hear noise, but if that is so, was this establishment fined by the agency based on what Ms. Dantzler is going to testify? Because, as you know, in order to substantiate a noise complaint, there has to be an investigator in the establishment, an investigator in the house. They have confirmed, and so they've confirmed that they can hear the noise, and that they bring a case report. So there's a case. So you said there's a warning. Is she testifying? Is the testimony that she's gonna provide, is that regarding the warning that was issued, or is this some other occasion that she was there and she heard noise? Because I don't see. I'm not sure what is it that she's going to rebut, because I'm only going to go with what's on the case report, in the sense that if an investigator went out, confirmed the noise, then they might have write a case report, it might either go to warning or it might go to the Office of Attorney General, and there's some the board made a decision on whether or not there was a complaint. But so if she's just going to testify to say she could hear noise, but there's no agency action, I don't really understand why I would allow this witness to testify. So provide me some clarification, because provide some clarification. So
Are you asking Mr. Nixon or are you asking me?
no, I'm asking, I'm still with you, sir. I'm still with you.
With me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, we were told by Mr. Hodge that there's no way of telling where the sound is coming from, that it was very loud. No, I didn't say that. That there's no way of telling, and there's no way that you can blame Onyx on what's going on from all these other places. And in fact, Investigator Dantzler was in the apartment of the complainant, and she can verify and tell how she knew. And she has all that information, including why there was nothing in the way of why this was why they could not do certain things, because it's in a mixed-use district, even though she will probably testify, even though I haven't spoken with her, that they thought that this was going to end up being a serious situation. But because of the zoning, there's not much that ABCA can do. But it's important that being that we allowed on here that he claimed that there was no way that you could tell where it was coming from, she can tell, and it's not a he said, she said. This is ABCA saying so. It's important to put this on the record, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, may I speak in opposition?
Mr. Mixon, yeah, go ahead.
Well, one, there's an issue of multiple issues of undue repetition. One, we've already heard from APC investigator. Two, we heard from Alex Vogel last time, whose testimony in summation was that he heard noise that he attributed to Onyx. Yet more testimony, and from somebody with a less relationship to the facts of this case, and that the investigator Dantzler is not a resident of the neighboring area. Not only is this less relevant than Mr. Vogel's testimony, it is likely to be redundant with the testimony Mr. Vogel already provided, and that may likely be provided by other witnesses brought by the protestants today.
Mr. Chairman, this should probably take 2 minutes.
It's not how long the testimony is. It's whether or not I should allow this witness to testify to rebut. And I'm not comfortable. So what I'm going to do, because if I'm not comfortable, I'm going to go off the record and get comfortable. So this is what I'm going to do. Oh, hold on. Since I'm not comfortable and I can't answer, you're asking, I need to make a ruling currently on Mr. Silverstein. Do you have in your witness list, are there going to be any other witnesses who are going to testify about noise?
Oh, absolutely. But there are witnesses who live there, and they're not independent witnesses, and they cannot testify that as Investigator Dantzler that you could not find, because 25725 exempts mixed-use districts and has done so since 2022.
But I guess, okay, if it's exempt and the agency doesn't have, we don't have jurisdiction to find them, so what? I'm just saying, so what? Okay, so what? So yeah, you can hear noise. Okay, he testified to say that you can't hear noise. Okay.
It wasn't that he couldn't hear it, Mr. Chairman, or that he could or couldn't. It's that she can testify that they know on a scale of 1 to 10 that it's a 4, a 5, or 10, that it came exactly from Onyx. The other side has claimed you can't tell where it's coming from. She was part of the ABCA investigative crew, and she was in the apartment. She was the only one who was in the apartment. The person who was in the alley could not tell you what it sounded like in there and could not verify what was going on. They could simply, you know how that works.
I'm asking a question because I'm trying to figure if I need to go get legal advice. So what? Okay. I'm not being facetious. Okay, I'm just saying, so what? Okay, so she testifies that she can identify the noise, that the noise is coming from Onyx. And so therefore, at the end of the day, we don't have jurisdiction, so we can't enforce. What is it that you're going to ask us to do? I'm just saying, assuming for argument's sake, she's going to testify that she can identify that the noise is coming from this establishment, okay? So what if the board, if the agency doesn't have jurisdiction to enforce this?
Well,
I'm asking a question, Mr. Silver. I'm not trying to be flippant. I'm just saying, if I'm taking you at your word that she's going to testify that she can hear the noise and she can identify that the noise is coming from Onyx, but because of the zoning, we don't have an enforcement mechanism. What difference is this going to make to the case if she'll testify that she can identify where the noise is coming from?
She was here on October 23rd, Mr. Chairman. She heard it. The other side says there was no way of knowing where it came from. How can we rebut that without having someone from ABCA who was here on that day saying, I heard it, and this is why we know? Could it be any more? Am I missing something?
Mr. Chair, what can Investigator Densler's testimony add that the neighboring residents who are going to testify to essentially the same fact pattern, or what is the difference?
And that's the question. All right, all right, I'm uncomfortable here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get myself in a better position so I can be comfortable in making a ruling whether or not this
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Silverstein.
Investigator Dantzler was in the apartment. The difference between her testimony and others is that there was a person in the alley from ABCA who could listen to the music and talk to her and could verify that the music and that the call outs of the DJ and all of those things were in fact from a specific venue, a specific licensee. The person, as Mr. Vogel said in his testimony, I can't do that because I'm sitting in my bed at 3:30 in the morning. I can hear it, but I can't tell you for sure where it's coming from. Investigator Dantzler is on the phone with Investigator Prout or Investigator Davis or someone in the alley right next to on the property line of Onyx and is able to say, are you hearing this music? Yes. What is the song, or who did the DJ, and where did it come from? That is something that the people in their apartments can't do with the accuracy of a person who is sitting in the apartment talking to someone who is on the scene.
All right. I know that you're objecting to this, Mr. Whatever you don't want her to testify because you've stated that other witnesses have testified a noise, and probably we're going to have other witnesses testify. So what I'm going to do, for what it's worth, I'm going to allow her to testify. Mr. Mixon, you'll have, but Mr. Silverstein, one of the things I've made it clear is that we don't need repetitive and redundant testimony.
Right.
So, if we're here, and I don't want your four other witnesses to testify that, okay, I can hear the noise. Okay, so Mr. Mixon, be on alert that the board that will, if once this witness is allowed to testify, if we have the same testimony coming from another witness, and I'm not going to allow another witness to testify the same. But for what it's worth, I'll allow her to testify over the objection of 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 counsel, and counsel, of course, you'll have an opportunity to vigorously cross-examine her. Okay?
Understood, Mr. Chair.
And you'll also have the opportunity if we have repetitive and redundant testimony by other witnesses later on, because as I said, I'm not going to sit here to have 4 witnesses testify that I can identify the noise coming from ABCA. I'm sorry, coming from Onyx. What I'm being told is that, all right, okay? So, all right.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question
Yes,
to
yes,
clarify.
Mr. Silverstein. Yes, sir.
We have testimony from people claiming that they spent thousands of dollars on windows. We have
Oh,
testimony
no, we
from
can
people.
have, I mean, that's a different type of testimony, but I think
Okay,
that's a
fine.
different type of testimony, but
I
I don't
just want to
want,
make sure.
but if all of the witnesses, if all if the witnesses are going to testify to say, yes, I hear the noise, and because I've heard the noise, this is what I have done to mitigate the noise, okay, fine. But if they're going to
Okay,
testify to say, I hear noise, I don't, we have already established
great.
that. Okay? All right.
Okay,
So we'll
thank you.
have, okay, so we'll have a short testimony from Ms. Dantzler regarding, because she's a rebuttal witness. So a rebuttal witness is not she's not bringing in new evidence. She's
Okay,
rebutting the testimony. All right, so Ms. Dantzler, can you raise your right hand, please, ma'am? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
All right, can you just please spell and state your name for the record?
Felicia Dantzler, F like Frank, E like Edward, L, I like Ida, C, I like Ida, A like Adam, Dantzler, D like David, A like Adam, N like Nora, T like time, Z like zebra, L like Lincoln, E like Edward, R like Robert.
Your witness is Mr. Silverstein.
thank you, Investigator Dantzler. Welcome. Inspector Davis explained during his testimony that he was with you and Inspector Arrington when you did an investigation of the sound issues, but he was in the alley and you were in Mr. Ardabili's home. Could you refresh the board and tell us how that all worked in determining where the sound was coming from and what did you hear?
Yes, so on or about November 24 of 2025, we responded to, we being Investigator Arrington, Investigator Prout, and myself responded to a noise complaint regarding Onyx. The complainant resides at 1830 Jefferson Place. So Investigator Prout, I believe, yeah, Investigator Prout, I believe, was the one who was in the alley, but inside the residence was Investigator Arrington and myself. And
And
so,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
So we were met by Miss Olivia's husband, who escorted us to their residence. And so we were in their bedroom.
And what was your immediate reaction to the noise when you entered the apartment?
I could hear some bass emanating through closed windows.
And did Investigator Arrington have any kind of reaction to it? Did he say wow or anything like that?
I can't recall his expressions.
Could you or would you find that to be more than simply a little bit of a problem? That
Objection
noise
leading.
at that level. Okay, let me ask this. On a scale of 0 to 10, how sure are you that the noise that you heard came from Onyx based on what you were told by Investigator Proud in the alley?
Well, Investigator Prout and I, on a scale of 1 to 10, it was a 10 because we could hear the bass in the home. That came through a series of questions back and forth between Investigator Prout and myself.
And you were sure? Did you say there's a song and this is the song? Did you say, what did you hear? How did you verify that?
Well, I couldn't make out the lyrics, but I can hear bass. I can hear, I would tell Investigator Prout, I hear a consistent bass, so where it goes up and down. I'm like, do you hear this beat? I would tap a beat, or not tap a beat, but like click a beat with my tongue. This is what hit. Is that what you're hearing? And he would confirm, yeah, that's exactly what I'm hearing.
And you turned your report in, but nothing happened because ABCA had didn't have the jurisdiction thanks to it being mixed-use district. Is that what occurred?
Not really. So when I went to the home, I went under probably just the understanding that the complainants had standing to file a complaint. Because when a residence is when a building is in a residential zone, that complainant gets more of an investigative action. So when I went to 1830 Jefferson Place, I believe that it was already established that 1830 Jefferson Place had standing, whereas it was a residential zone, which will allow the investigators to come into the home, have an investigator at the site where the complaint has been lodged for us to do like a sound check. I did not know at the time that I did the inspection that 1830 Jefferson Place was in a mixed use building with mixed use zone. That would require us not to go into the residence because of the zoning portion. It doesn't mean that 1830 Jefferson Place could not lodge a complaint. It just simply meant that we could not go into the home to substantiate it.
Okay.
Or not.
Okay. Anything else that you would wish to add before I thank you for your many years of service at ABCA and at ABRA before that?
My pleasure.
Mr. Mixon.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Investigator Dantzler, have you ever received noise complaints from the Jefferson condominium related to establishments other than Onyx?
Have I received complaints for Onyx other than 1830 Jefferson Place?
No. Have you received complaints from that location, from the 1830 Jefferson Place, related to establishments that are not Onyx?
Yes.
Sorry, excuse me.
On that night.
And when you have investigated the noise complaints related to other establishments, do those complaints always lead to you to confirming the neighbors' complaints?
No, because not all complainants would like to be interviewed. They call in or contact us anonymously.
Are there instances where let me strike that. Sorry. Did you ever receive noise complaints from any resident of Jefferson condominium that you believe was made with the intention of building up a record for a protest hearing rather than seeing a violation happen in that instance?
That was my first time going to 1830 Jefferson Place, so I don't know about the other complainants.
In this November 24, 2025 incident that we've just discussed, did you prepare a case report or recommend an ABCA enforcement action?
No, I going to prepare a report to substantiate the noise complaint until I discovered through a little, some research after leaving this home that they were in a mixed use zone. So no report was generated.
Thank you, Investigator Dantzler. No further questions.
My pleasure.
Any
Request-
questions?
Yes.
On
So then,
Mr. Silverstein.
oh, I'm sorry.
You know how this works, Mr. Silverstein. You've done this many times. Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Good afternoon, Inspector Dantzler. I just have one question. You only went into that one unit and you were only in that unit's bedroom area, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and were you in the middle of the room or were you up on the window? Or both?
I was up on the window. Correction, I was in the middle of the room. I wasn't up on the window.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Mixon, any questions based on the questions that were asked by Mr. Meadows?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Silverstein, you can have, but you're not new testimony, not new evidence, but you have an opportunity to ask redirect questions to the investigator.
So then it was your testimony. You were ready to prepare something, but because they're in a mixed use zone, they're essentially sort of in the twilight zone where no one's there really to protect them, correct?
Correct. Yes, I was going to do a report.
No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Densler, for your testimony. You're free to go. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right. You have a great day.
Same for you.
Who's your next witness?
Nancy Groth, the ANC Commissioner 2C.
Where's Miss Groth? Where's she?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you raise your right hand? Can you raise your hand, please, ma'am? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. You're a witness, sir.
Ms. Groth, you are, if you could identify yourself and your position in the community.
Sure. My name is Nancy Groth. I'm recovering from a cold, so I apologize for my voice. First name Nancy, Nancy. Last name Groth, Groth. I'm the ANC Commissioner for Single Member District 2C02, and I'm also the representative of Commission 2C, which filed a letter of support to ABCA for this protest in January.
This is in 2B, but you're in 2C. How far are you from Onyx?
My single member district is literally across the street from Onyx. The M Street, the 1800 block of M Street is the boundary between Alex Marshall's single member district and mine.
So you're across the street from Onyx, at least your single member district is.
Correct.
And do you have any concern about what's going on over there on that part of the district, and specifically about what's going on with with mixed use districts and the creation of new housing in offices in mixed use districts and the problems that this is going to have?
Yeah, Commission 2C filed a letter of support for this protest for two general, two issues that are germane here. One is that rooftop open air venues create noise disturbances that, unless we manage the impacts, the rooftop open air are uniquely unpredictable as to what direction and how far away and with what sound quality and quantity the noise will be projected. We have that in several places within Commission 2C including in my own single member district. So our experience in 2C has been that community agreements to mitigate the impact have been really, really important. The other thing is that right within 500 feet of Onyx, there are 2 office conversions about to come online. One on the same side of the street, the Ring Building at 1200 18th Street, which is in Alex Marshall's 2B05, will have 166 units. And about a block away on 19th Street, 1133 19th Street, in my SMD, will have 220 units for a total of 386 units, which some number of those will be couples, not just singles. We could be talking about 500 more residents within that immediate area. Across my own single member district 2C02, which goes all the way from 20th in Pennsylvania all the way up to 13th in Mass, I have 9 office conversions in my SMD, which I added them up. I finally made an Excel chart. 1,007, I'm sorry, the total will be increasing by 80% between the 2020 census and the 2030 census by the time all of those conversions come online. Out of the 9, 5 have already completed.
So how many people could be affected by these conversions?
Objection,
simply in
relevance,
your
Mr.
district?
Chair. Future impacts on residents who do not yet live in the area are not relevant to the appropriateness standard. We're talking about the operations of this establishment since its license was issued.
We're talking about, Mr. Chairman, setting a precedent here and why this is important to other ANCs.
This is a retrospective assessment of the impact that they have had on the community, one in which has involved no violations. We can have a conversation about the residents who live here in 3 years when the license is again subject to renewal, but none of these people have lived here and have been impacted by the applicant's operations.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I mean, for whatever it's worth, she can testify.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
I said I'm overruling the objection. She can answer the question if she can.
How many people could be involved, could be affected by this, Commissioner?
I'm projecting my own SMD to grow to 3,192 residents, which obviously will be redistricted after the next census within the next 5 years.
And is there anything else that you would want to add?
No, just that generally this is, as we try to activate downtown and repopulate downtown, we need to manage the impacts. Within Commission 2C, we want our nightclubs to thrive as well. And the way that everybody grows and thrives together is by communication and having community agreements.
No further questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, Mr. Mixon.
Commissioner Groth, is it true in your testimony just now that you referred to community agreements as a potential solution?
Yes.
And would you say that motivated your interest in participating in the protest, seeking a community agreement?
Yes.
And is that relevant to the appropriateness standard considered by the board?
I'm not aware of the legal technicalities of the appropriateness standard set by the board.
The residents you referred to and what will happen after the census, has that happened since Onyx has been open?
The Ring Building is not yet opened, and 1133 19th Street is not yet opened for residency.
Thank you, Commissioner. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Any questions by any board members? All right, there's none. Commissioner Groth, thank you very much for your testimony. You're free to go. Mr. Silverstein, do you have another witness?
Mr. Kevin Ardabili?
Mr. Ardabili, can you raise your hand? Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Your witness, sir, Mr. Silverstein. Please have him spell and his name for the record.
Mr. Ardabili, if you could introduce yourself to the board.
Yes, I'm Kevin Ardabili. I'm part of the Protestant Party. I'm president of Jefferson Row Condominium, and I live on 1830 Jefferson Place, Northwest.
Can you spell your name for the record, sir?
Yes, yes, sir.
There's a court reporter. I always ask if there's a court reporter to make sure that your name is spelled properly in the record.
Yeah, so Kevin is Kevin. Ardabili is Ardebili.
Mr. Ardabili, you're president of the condo board here as well as a resident.
Yes, that's right.
How has this affected you personally? This situation with the noise, and we know, let's start with that.
Yeah, so the noise has affected me and harmed me personally in a way where I can't sleep in my home anymore. That's been going on for months. My sleep is disturbed Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, basically any day that Onyx is open. So I got noise canceling earbuds. Cost me several $100s to try to sleep with those on. It wasn't a solution. It's even too loud for that. I bought a $50 foam mattress that I could use so I could sleep in the bathroom.
You slept in the bathroom? You sleep in the tub or something?
I lay out the foam mattress on the tile in the bathroom so I can sleep there because there's another door separating me from the noise from Onyx, so it reduces the noise levels.
The bathroom is away from the window, and
Yeah, that's right.
okay.
And even in there, I still hear it to some extent.
And did you complain to Onyx?
Yeah, so when Onyx first opened back in September, things got, I mean, it was so much louder. By it's so much louder, I mean like 20, 30 decibels louder. It was so much louder that we called MPD, and they told us to come down to see what's going on. And we went down there, and Art Ivan Mascara, who was a witness, was there. Sanjeev Preet was there. Sanjeev Preet, Sunny Preet. He was saying that he's the owner of the establishment, and Art Ivan is his employee. And I was speaking with them to say, like, please bring the noise levels down. This was back in September, and they didn't like that. Sunny Preet responded by threatening me, saying, if we get Onyx shut down, he's going to open up a hip hop dance club instead, and we'll have shootings in the alley. And you're muted, Mike.
Hip hop shootings in the alley?
Hold on, Mr. Ardabili, were you done answering the question? Because I know you're asking that question. I thought you were still speaking before you asked the question. So were you done answering the question, sir?
Yeah. What did he say? Like, when did this start or something like that? I mean,
no.
You were in the all right. You were answering a question, and then I heard you ask Mr. Silverstein a question that you can't hear him. So that's why I'm saying, were you done speaking? I just want to make sure that the question you answer, and then we move on from there.
Okay, yeah, it was like an open-ended question. So I thought Mike was asking me something else, so I wanted to answer his questions. That's what I was doing.
All right, do you have another question, Mr. Silverstein?
Yes, okay. At that point, did you do anything else in terms of you got earbuds, you got a mattress? Did you? These apparently didn't work. What else did you do? Did you spend money on the house itself?
Yeah, so I spent over $13,000 on buying triple pane windows. By triple pane, that means there are 3 layers of glass. It's STC 50. That's the highest sound transfer, highest noise abatement you can buy commercially for a residential window. And even with that, it's still very loud and it wakes me up at night, disturbs me, even with that. And so we've done everything that we could do on our end. Like there's no more sound abatement that can be done besides the highest commercially available windows you can get.
How sure are you that this happened because of Onyx?
I can tell
How
you that,
long have you lived here, and when did this all start? And
yeah, so I've been living here since 2024, and when I first moved here, um, it was so much quieter on the weekends, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, that I could sleep with the windows open, no earplugs, no earbuds, no anything. And that was when all these other nightclubs were running, 12 after 12, South House, Public Bar. They all had the rooftops as well at the same time. And it was a drastic change once Onyx opened. The noise went up tens of decibels, I'm saying.
but how do you? But you do have these other places. You have 12 after 12. You have Public. You have Soft House, and they've been open throughout this area, and they are making noise. I mean, all places do, make some noise. But how do you know, or why do you say that this was not those places, but was Onyx? What?
Yeah, I could tell you exactly why I know it's Onyx. So recently, I'll give you an example. On March 8th, Public Bar and South House were open. By open, I mean they had their retractable roofs open too, so that you could see the sky up there. DJ was yelling, music was pounding. I was there right outside as well. And when I walked back home to my house, and I was in my house, and I couldn't hear any of that. I couldn't hear any music, DJ, amplified noise, anything. Even with those two clubs having their retractable roofs open and going as loud as they can. I've
Why is
investigated.
that?
What was that?
Why is that? Is there something between that place and yours or something?
Yeah, so there's a 7-story office building between Jefferson Row condominium and those clubs. So noise can't go through like a whole office building like that. It doesn't work. So that's on 1820 Jefferson Place Northwest. We're at 1830. So I there are buildings in between us that are blocking the noise from those clubs. And they're also about 70 feet farther away than Onyx is.
So, did you hear any of these issues or any of these problems before August of this past year when Onyx opened?
No, not at all. I never heard music, lyrics, DJ from any establishment in my home until Onyx opened.
You're president of the condo association, and what are your neighbors telling you, and how has this affected your condominium?
Yeah, a lot of the other residents have been complaining to me, saying that the noise is unbearable. They can't sleep in their bedrooms anymore. They've had to move to different rooms. Um, I personally know about 5 owners and residents who've left, put their place up for sale, or tenants who just left saying they can't handle it anymore. There's been a unit that's been for sale for over 6 months in our building that the price they keep dropping the price, but they can't sell it. Um, I know a couple who just moved and they don't even know where they're gonna go next. They haven't bought a place, they haven't rented a place. They just said like we have to leave, we can't handle this anymore. So they sold their place and they said maybe they'll go into an Airbnb. So I'm saying it's like nearly a quarter of the building is emptying out because the noise is like unbearable now.
How many? When did you buy?
I bought in November 2024.
How many? How many were on the market then?
It was only one, and that's the one that we bought. That was the only one on the market.
And now a quarter of the place is up for sale
Up for sale or for rent. Yeah,
or for rent.
yeah.
And is it your opinion as the president of the condo association that it is in fact the noise that is making that has made this happen?
Yes, so like I was saying, several of the owners and residents have told me that directly, that they're saying the noise has gotten to such an extent that they're leaving. Like even the people who've been here, there are a few people who've been here since it opened in 2007 when the condominium first opened. They said this is the worst it's ever been in the last 20 years.
When you filed a protest
Yes.
because, okay, how did that go, and was there a mediation?
Yeah, so so I tried to negotiate face to face earlier on. So sort of like I
Objection,
was saying,
discussion of confidential settlement negotiations.
No,
I
we're
didn't I
talking
didn't
about
say I didn't talk
outside of
about
the
the mediation.
settlement.
When he gets there, he hasn't spoken substance. He's just talking process. So I'll allow him right there. But Mr. Artabelli, we can't talk about substance. We can talk about process. Okay?
Yes. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I was saying prior to the mediation, I was trying to negotiate it face to face with the management, but they weren't amenable. So we went to one mediation hearing. I'm not going to say what we said in the meeting because the chairman just ordered me to. We weren't able to come to an agreement there. But after that meeting, I received a call from Sanjeev Preet again, and he said that
Objection, this is a non-party to the case.
he had identified himself as the owner of the establishment to me face to face. And
Mr. Chair, after records reflect, this is not an owner of the establishment.
and
Mr.
Mr. Mascara.
Mr. Artabelli. All right, hold on. If you're testifying and there's an objection by the attorney, that is for you to stop until I can tell you to move forward. Okay, sir? So whenever you hear, if something is being said and either Mr. Mixon or Mr. Silverstein said there's an objection, that's for you to stop. And then I will let you know whether or not you can testify. All right, now.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. All right, so Mr. Mixon, you're objecting by saying that he's not an owner. I don't. Well, we can allow hearsay. So I don't know what he's testifying. He's just saying he spoke to someone, and this is outside. This is not a settlement. This is not a settlement. He's saying he had a conversation with this person. I'm going to overrule the objection. And whether or not he's just stating that he had a conversation with someone. I'll allow him to testify. Of course, you'll have an opportunity to cross-examine him on this testimony, who this person, because the objection that you're raising, you can raise those indirect when you cross-examine him about who's this person, why did he think, anyway. But so I'm going to allow him to testify that he had a conversation, whoever the person was who contacted him, and the nature of the conversation.
Okay, you said you got a call from Mr. Preet. What does this have to do with the mediation?
Right, that's what I was wondering when I got the call. So he called me, and he was saying that he heard about everything in the mediation, implying he was listening in on it, and he went on a rant for more than half an hour, saying there'll be consequences for me if I become a witness at this protest hearing. He's gonna sue me. He's gonna dig up dirt on me and my wife. He's gonna find other things he can do. So basically viewed negotiations as a dead end here. I viewed it as hostile and that we're not going to be able to resolve anything with management in this way.
He said he heard things that went on in the mediation, despite the mediation was confidential.
Yeah, he was quoting lines to me from the mediation like he was there. I don't know for sure if he was there or if someone called him and told him what was going on in the mediation, but they definitely broke the confidentiality on the applicant side.
We would like to introduce as evidence part of the phone call from Mr. Preet to Mr. Artabili.
Mr. Chair, objection on the basis of relevance. This is not a party to the matter and has no material bearing on the licensed operations of this establishment.
Yeah, I'm going to suspend the objection. I mean, he's testifying. Allow him to testify. I don't need you to bring the phone call itself. Mr. Artabelli was a party. He testified what the phone call is. So I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on.
Does that mean that we're accepting his testimony?
I'm not accepting, it's not that he has testified.
Okay.
Mr. Mixon will have an opportunity to cross-examine. Well, all I'm saying is that I don't think it's relevant for us to bring in the phone call. He's testified that he had this conversation. For what it's worth, allow him to testify about it. We don't need to bring in the phone call, sir.
Okay. What kind of dirt was, he said he would dig up dirt on your wife. What kind of dirt was he angry about? He said, "You're digging up dirt on me. What is the dirt on, digging up dirt on your wife?"
Well,
What was this all about?
hold on, where are we going with this testimony? I mean, the bottom line is that
Instead of trying to work with the community, time after time, people who are living in this very difficult situation, when they bring up anything, they're being threatened and bullied, Mr. Chairman. This is
all right, but I know, but all right, but at the end of the day, this matter was not. No settlement agreement was reached. We're here at a hearing today, and Mr. Artabelli is
okay.
testifying now. So, okay, someone threatened him, Mr. Artabelli. If you're alleging that he was being threatened, but Mr. Artabelli is here today to testify under his freely about
Under
it.
oath.
Right. So I don't think we don't need to go there. Okay. If he believes that he was being threatened, there's really even if he was, there's nothing this board can do. So there's another forum that can be addressed. So we don't need to go into detail. All right.
Okay. Do you have anything else? Has this board done any? Has this establishment, the licensee, or its employees, its frontline employees, done anything else that you considered bullying
Yeah, so they have
publicly?
another. Sorry, were you continuing the question?
Publicly.
Oh, okay. So besides that, we saw a social media post on Instagram from one of the employees of the applicant, DJ Rob, as he goes by. It was very profane and vulgar. I'm not sure how to mention it in this hearing, but he was saying something like his eggplant emoji is always in our mouths because we're complaining about the noise.
Objection, Mr. Chair. Again, not relevant to the operations of the establishment.
All right. All right. Do you have another question? Do you have another question, Mr. Silverstein, or is this the end of this witness testimony?
I do. Is there any? Are you 100% sure that the music that bothers you is from Onyx?
Yes, 100%. So
go ahead. I'm sorry.
So I was saying, besides the time the dancer came, like she mentioned, investigator dancer, and the time on March 8th, I've personally lived in this neighborhood since 2024. I've walked around in the alley dozens, probably hundreds of times. I could tell you more specific examples, like on Wednesdays, 12 after 12 and Public Bar are operating, and Onyx is not. So those two clubs I mentioned have the rooftops open. They're doing everything. I can't hear it. So I know it's not those clubs. I know it's not South House Public Bar, 12 after 12, because I've seen them all operating the rooftops, and I can't hear it at the house, but I can hear it, and it's very disturbing when Onyx is operating. I've isolated. I've gone outside dozens of times on different days when different clubs are operating, and I know the details on all of that. And I've personally.
Let me go ahead, finish.
Additionally, at the property line of Onyx, I personally measured sound levels of up to 79 decibels as recent as March 15th when they were operating during their day party around 5:30 p.m.
Is there any problem with music or noise from inside the actual building that houses Onyx? It's a 4-story building, 3 stories, depending if you count on the basement. And is there any problems in the actual building that houses Onyx, or is it only from the rooftop garden and the rooftop facility?
Glad you asked that. So Onyx, the licensee has 2 levels. There's a downstairs level, which I've seen them use. Looks like a bar. It's like indoors basically. It has has windows. It's like a normal building setting, like it's enclosed. It has walls and a roof, like a normal establishment. Then there's the upper level, which is the rooftop summer garden, and it has a thin plastic and glass rooftop enclosure over it that was made over a decade ago. And whether that enclosure is open or closed, it's sort of like it's like a sliding door sort of thing, retractable roof. Either way, it's super loud. Like even when they have it closed, it's that's when I'm saying I could measure like 79 decibels at the property line, and I measure over 70 decibels when I open the window, and it's like that. It doesn't provide any significant sound abatement. So I've seen several occasions where it was really cold in December or January, where they weren't operating on the rooftop, or they weren't operating in the under that enclosure. They were operating only downstairs, and I can personally see it from my window. I see Onyx. I see what they're doing. And when they're only operating downstairs in the indoor section, it was perfectly fine. I wasn't disturbed. The noise was like a reasonable level. But it's when they're on that rooftop summer garden level with that thin enclosure that doesn't seal that's when the noise comes out and it disturbs the Jefferson Row residents, and it's that's when we where the problem comes from.
What is that thin enclosure?
It's it's a polycarbonate and glass enclosure. The glass is about less than half an inch thick, single pane. If
Polycarbonate? What does that mean?
polycarbonate means plastic, so just I was reviewing the DOB permit for that because it's all public record there, and it's single pane. Like just to go back to my like what I was saying a few minutes ago, I have triple pane glass. I've made the effort to do sound abatement, thick windows to block the noise. Onyx has very thin, like minimally like sound abating like enclosure over it based on the DOB permit. And the DOB permit doesn't mention any qualities of sound abatement at all. It's not part of the description that the engineer provided.
You're in a real mess. Well, I guess first question, that a lot of people ask is why did you buy here in 2024?
Yeah, so yeah, I really love DuPont Circle. I came to see I came to all the events. I've been to the bars and clubs and restaurants, and we I even came before we bought the place. I came like in the middle of the night, Friday night, Saturday night, to see like how loud does the alley get? Like, is this getting loud? Is it fine? And we came at night, and it was totally fine. Like it was like very faint, like ambient noise that was leaking out from the other clubs, and we're like, okay, this is great. Like we could live here, the perfect location, and it's like a block away from the red line. And I saw in the zoning as well that the DuPont Circle zoning says that they want to enhance the residential character of the area. They want to put strong protections for residential uses. So I figured, okay, like everything's pointing in the right direction on this.
But do you have any protections in DC law? It seems like everybody's passing the buck. Is that you've gone everywhere for help? Have you gotten anything?
Yeah, so ABCA had told us many times to call them. Until then, you heard from investigator Dancer's testimony already that they eventually realized they don't have the authority to actually give fines in a mixed use zone anymore. So we've called MPD, we've called ABCA investigators. So DOB, they said they could come and do a noise level reading, but they can't. They only operate during business hours, like 8 or 9 to 5 or something like that. So they said, well, if they are over the limit, like we're not going to come there at midnight. That's not what DOB does. So they have the legal authority, but their business hours prevent it. MPD, I talked to the lieutenant of this area. She also was saying that MPD has the authority to give them fines under the DC Noise Control Act, but they haven't done it in so long. She doesn't know if they have like the sound meters or she was basically saying like they're just deferring to ABCA on it. So DOB and MPD were deferring to ABCA, they were both saying, but then the ABCA investigators were saying, hey, we can't enforce the sound levels because we don't have sound meters. You have to get DOB or MPD. So they're both like pointing the finger at each other and saying that's why they can't enforce like the noise or sound levels here.
So everybody's passing the buck while you're either sleeping in the bathroom or spending $13,000 on new windows.
Yeah, pretty much.
Ain't life great? What is it you need? What is it that you're asking for? What can make your life livable? And what can make life livable for the people who are going to be living around you, who are going to be facing this in the future?
Yeah, so the simplest thing is the board could deny the applicant's renewal. That's simplest thing. But other solutions could be if the board were to ban live performance and entertainment on the rooftop, like I was mentioning, because that's where all the noise is coming out of. So they could order a condition saying that no amplified sound will be heard within a residence or dwelling. So the board order back 12 years ago with Ozio was a good example of that. So after that 2014 order in which they did those two restrictions, I'm saying that no live performances on the roof and no amplified sound in a residence or dwelling. Ozio is operating for nearly 10 years after that. So that shows that this.
Objection, Mr. Chair, relevance. We've already previously discussed these orders, and I believe the determination is that this is beyond the scope of our consideration. This is an entirely different establishment with different management, different ownership.
All he's saying is that the question was that what is it that you'd want the board to do? And he's just saying, and this is what he would like the board to do. So I overruled.
May I continue, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. So those restrictions would be a starting point, but because there's a 166 unit apartment building that's under construction 10 feet away from the dance floor of Onyx, that's probably not enough of a noise restriction in order to make those apartments livable, basically. Like 10 feet away is a lot closer than 106 feet away, which is where Jefferson Row is. So 10 feet away, you're going to need a lot more noise restrictions in order to make that work.
Anything else that you would want to add before I thank you? Before I thank you and
Sure. I'll say so I have one of these type 2 meters, sound meters, calibrated and everything, qualified. But when I open up my windows on many occasions, it's pretty much always over 70 decibels when Onyx is running, and the ambient measurement, like 5 a.m. when no one's open, is like in the 40s, like 44, 45. So that's the difference in decibels that I was saying.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Ardabili.
Mr. Mixon.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ardabili, is it true that your testimony said that the operations within the lower floor of Onyx licensed premises presented no problems to your understanding?
True, if only the lower floor is open, right?
So then wouldn't denial be an inappropriate remedy if the establishment has some methods of operation that are not offensive to you?
I'm not sure because part of like renewal or not is if the applicant is in compliance, and I'm not sure that they would be in compliance. That's not my determination to make, so I'm leaving it up to the board there.
Mr. Ardabili, were you in attendance for day one of this protest hearing?
Yes.
Specifically with reference to Ardavan Mascara's testimony?
Yes.
Do you recall the portion of Mr. Mascara's testimony related to neighboring businesses that had expressed support for Onyx?
I'm aware.
Did you have the chance to review the exhibit previously identified as Applicant's Exhibit 9, the letter from Bulgaria?
I've read it. What was it saying? What's the significance?
Are you familiar with it saying, because we operate outdoor seating, we would be aware if music or noise from Onyx carried onto the street in a disruptive way. This has not been our experience.
I don't recall that, but they're over 200 feet away, so they wouldn't hear it anyway.
Approximately how far would you say your unit is from?
It's about 106 feet, more or less.
Is that substantially different?
Yeah, because there's a decibel drop of over 10 decibels, like if you go 100 feet, like based on the levels here. So if you go 100, more than 100 feet farther, that would drop it down like 10 more. And 10 more is like the difference between like someone talking and like someone like whispering almost. So that is a big difference, wouldn't you say? I mean, I'm not supposed to ask questions, so I'll just leave it to you.
Um,
And there's also many buildings between Boqueria and Onyx. There's like a long line of bars. Boqueria is at one end and Onyx is at the other.
um, all right. Board's indulgence. Mr. Ardilli, what's your experience with measuring decibels or audio output?
Sure, so I've been playing music my whole life. Since I was 6 years old, I've played in several bands. I have a master's degree in data analytics, a PhD in statistics. So I'm a numbers person. I make calculations every day as part of my job. I work on engineering projects. I work in a radio testing lab where we have Faraday cages. We measure electromagnetic output on a daily basis.
Anything with respect to entertainment venues?
Entertainment venues, I have played in bands and I have used the equipment many times myself, but that's I have not done it commercially, no. I've done it more in a scientific and academic setting.
Have you ever voiced opposition to other licenses of other businesses?
No, this is the first one. It's
Um,
like that much. It's that disturbing that I started on this one because it became a real problem for me and it disturbs me, like wakes me up in the middle of the night.
have you ever indicated sentiments to the ANC, been involved in efforts related to other businesses?
Mm. Oh, sure. I mean, when I was first trying to figure out who was causing the noise, Onyx's several people affiliated with Onyx were telling me it's all 12 after 12, and I was trusting them at that time, and I was thinking, okay, well maybe it is 12 after 12. So then I told the ANC to look into that, and we looked into that and resolved it, and that it wasn't really even them in the first place. I was just like exploring all the options in the neighborhood at that time, and we learned that that establishment was not the problem at all.
Um, when is it true that the presence of commercial establishments, let's say rather than a vacant or blighted unit, are a positive contributor to a community or values of commercial properties around it, commercial or residential properties around it?
That's not always the case. Because there's some types of establishments that host illegal activities that can have a damaging effect, even if they are operating, as opposed to a vacant lot. Um, so it's ambiguous. It depends on what type of business it is. It could be very much harming the neighborhood if there's odors or garbage or a lot of noise. There are many examples in which that would harm the neighborhood more than an empty building, for example.
But say a business with no record of violations of law is more likely to be a positive contributor than others, correct?
Not necessarily. There have been several proceedings in which um, businesses acting totally legally can have damaging effects and be a public nuisance to the residents and businesses around them as well, such as, like I was saying, there's not many laws limiting like odors or noise and things of that kind that we've mentioned as well. Or like if there's a prison right next to your house, that would be harming the neighborhood around it as well, like from people if they're prisoners escaping or of things of that kind. There's a lot of ways in which fully legal operations can be damaging.
Mr. Chair, may I share my screen for the purposes of potentially presenting some rebuttal evidence?
Mr. Oriana, can you allow Mr. Mixon to share his screen, please?
Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, arts indulgence, I cue the chair. Mr. Arbili, I believe it's your testimony that you said that you think that it's a possibility that the operations of the applicant could have had a detrimental effect on property values in the area. I know this might be your first time seeing this page, but can you read what unit this what property this is referring to?
It's number 4.
Number 4 at
1830 Jefferson.
Right. And can you see what number it says that it was the price at which it was last sold?
950.
Can you see the price at which it is currently estimated value?
I can see it, but what are those based on? Those are really inaccurate in this area because there are no comparables.
Mr. Artibus, just answer the question, sir. It's not up for you to describe what it is. So just answer the question to the best of your ability, sir. Let Mr. Silverstein, if he needs to ask you a question about that, you can. But your job, you're being asked a question, answer it. If you can't answer it, you can't answer it.
Mr.
But not
Chairman,
to
I object.
not at this juncture, Mr. I'm going to overrule the objection. Where Mr. Artibelli is, just answer the question, sir, if you can.
What was the question?
He asked the question. What was the question you asked, Mr. Mixon?
Could Mr. Arbili read for the record, for the benefit of everyone here, this Redfin, this well-known real estate valuation site lists as a current estimated value for this property at the Jefferson Place residence?
What is it? What is it, sir? Can you answer the question?
Okay, I will answer. So Redfin estimated value here as of today is 1,043,011.
All right. Is there another question, Mr. Mixon?
Is that greater than the $950,000 value at which it was sold in 2022?
The estimate is greater.
And in the time since that last sale in February of 2022, did Onyx open?
That's true.
Thank you. I'll cease share my screen.
Do you have any other questions, or is that it?
Mr. Arbili, Were you involved in any of the preparation of the protestant's case?
Yes.
Why did the protestant not decide to share with the board today any kind of video or audio recordings of any alleged noise related to Onyx?
Maybe we will. Who knows? We haven't put rebuttal evidence in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Ms. Quinn.
Yes, I'd just like to better understand this noise coming from the rooftop. Because I heard you make a reference to live performances. So if I take that off the table, would you still be hearing just normal amplified music?
Yeah, we would hear just normal amplified music. Like we hear the music, like the melodies, the beats, the bass, and then there's a DJ like yelling over it a lot of the time. The DJ just like adds to it and brings it to a higher volume. But even just like music going, it's still very loud, and I hear the music in my residence.
So do you know whether there are speakers in the outdoor space?
Yes, there are. And under the enclosure on the rooftop.
Okay, got it. I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Any other questions by any other board members? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Good afternoon. When the investigators were at the Jefferson Road, were they in your unit?
Yes, that's correct. They were in my unit.
And did you, she just testified that she heard the bass, but she really could not make out music or anything of that nature. At that time, did you replace your windows?
At that point, we hadn't replaced the windows yet, and the one who was hearing the music and comparing with Investigator Prout, they're both in the room, Dancer and Arrington, but
Yes.
it was Investigator Arrington who was comparing the music he could hear with Prout, and so he was a bit more involved in that than Dancer. Dancer was there with us and confirmed the same thing, but Arrington was a bit more like diligent and like looking into it deeply.
And could you remind me on what time in the morning that was?
I believe I can't tell you the exact times, like 5 months ago, but it was after midnight.
Okay. Thank you. And so when you did replace your windows, I mean, that's a huge expense.
Right.
How many windows were replaced?
So it came in pieces, so it's 12 pieces, but on the living room and bedroom there, it's like wall to wall are windows. Like I could show you now if you want to. Um, would you like me to see it?
If that's you're there right now?
Yeah, I'm in that room right now.
Okay, no need if you're there. I can see
Okay.
a window
So
there.
I just have the curtains down, but it's like wall to wall from the ceiling down. So that was the total bedroom and living room, and that's not the whole house either. There's 3 more windows like on the other walls that we haven't replaced, and that would be another significant expense if we had to replace those as well.
Okay. Well, it is, so it's not, so you're saying it's a wall-to-wall window completely?
I mean, almost, yeah. I mean, like the bottom of the window is like
I
a
mean,
foot off the ground.
ceiling to floor.
Yeah,
Is that,
yeah.
okay. All right.
So
And
that's
so that's 3 pane glass, and you are still experiencing the noise.
right. Like I was saying, like the 3 pane glass, they sell them in like STCs, like sound transmission class 50. That's basic. I mean, that's basically the highest you can order from a commercial window company.
Okay.
And yeah,
All right. And how many units total at Jefferson Row?
there are 23 units, so it's about 40 people more or less. 40 was at the last census.
Okay, so 23 units, you said about a quarter, so about 5 of them are vacant currently?
Um, they're in various states of being sold, looking for tenants, people saying they're going to leave in a few weeks, things of that kind. That's what I'm saying 5, as of today.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Okay, Mr. Mixon, any questions based on the questions that were asked by the board? Yes, no?
Yes. Mr. Ardili, if the establishment Mr. Ardili, do you believe that there may be ways for you and the establishment to coexist in a manner short of denial of a license?
Oh, like I was saying, I have no problem with if it was solely operating in the downstairs levels. It's just the rooftop summer garden that is making the disturbing and very high volume noise.
But you'd have no problem with the many establishments otherwise in the immediate area on the same block?
God, Jesus Christ.
I feel the same way. Okay, so there are a lot of other bars that are operating, like Boqueria, Doghouse, 1831, Narrow, but they don't play loud music outdoors or in a summer garden location. It's all indoors, except for like their Boqueria has like a little bit of recorded music they play outside, where it's I could be there and hear it, and I could leave and I don't hear it anymore. So I don't have any problem with any of the other like dozen bars that are on the block that that I can't hear in my house, that the volume is manageable.
No further questions, but sure.
Mr. Silverstein?
I think we've exhausted this one here pretty much. Let's move on. I want to thank Mr. Ardabili and thank everyone.
Mr. Ardabili, thank you for your testimony. You have a great day.
Thank you, members of the board.
Okay, do you have another witness, Mr. Silverstein?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. It would be Olivia Rosenzweig.
Ms. Rosenzweig, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Okay, your witness, sir.
Okay. If you could identify yourself, Ms. Rosenzweig, spell your name and tell us how long you've lived in this area and where you live and all that. Can you hear us? Uh-oh.
Yes, my name
I
is
think
Olivia
she-
Rosenzweig. LIIA. Olivia. Yeah, can you hear me? Oh, I could take all my
No, we can hear you, ma'am. I think there's maybe there's a delay because of your Wi-Fi, but so let's see what happened. Go ahead.
Can, can you hear us, Mrs. Rosenzweig?
Did you ask?
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you.
Are
I
you
can hear you the
going?
whole time. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
Yes.
Ask a question, Mr. Silverstein. Let's see if she can hear, please.
Please introduce yourself to the board.
Yes. You guys can all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks. Sorry. My name is Olivia Rosenzweig, Olivia, Rosenzweig, ROS, or I'll say it more slowly. Rosenzweig, R as in rose, O as in orange, S as in scissors, E as in elephant, N as in Nancy, Z as in zebra, W as in watermelon, E as in egg, I as in iceberg, and G as in giraffe.
And you live where and how long have you lived here?
Yeah, so I'm a resident of Jefferson Row, condominiums, 1830 Jefferson Place Northwest. I've been living there since 2024. I'm a lawyer, I work in DuPont Circle as well. I'm a mother, I have a 3-month-old daughter. Um, and yeah.
And how has this noise been affecting you and your
Objection,
infant
Mr. Chair.
daughter? And how
Mr.
did it
Chair,
affect your
I'm going to say
pregnancy?
that this testimony in the line of questioning is indicative of the undue repetition previously mentioned. Ms. Rosenzweig lives with Mr. Artabili, and we are effectively going to hear the same testimony a second time.
I don't think that Mr. Artabili was pregnant.
No, that the question is that it states that they live together. Is that true,
Correct.
Mr.
Yeah.
Silverstein?
Yeah. Kevin is my husband.
All right, fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I have a different experience than, just because we live together. I mean, I was there sometimes when he wasn't there. We don't work the same hours,
We don't need two sets of testimony about the experience of living in one unit.
That is
We
correct.
can-
That is, I mean, what is it that she's going to testify to that her husband didn't previously testify to because they live in the same unit? So yes, we're aware that there's noise. Go ahead,
What can
sir.
you tell us beyond what your husband has told us?
Yeah.
Ms. Rosenzweig,
Than my
go ahead.
husband because saying I was pregnant during basically most of this ordeal, and it had severely affected me during my pregnancy. I wasn't able to sleep at night. I was under a lot of stress. During this whole thing, I was the one who was organizing.
All right, Ms. Rosenzweig, you are breaking up. So you're breaking up. You're breaking up, ma'am. Your internet connection is poor.
I'm not, Mr. Chairman, can we get a 5-minute break here? That I can take care of some personal physical business.
Yeah,
And second, that we can decide at this point whether we can move on and how we can do that. If this involves asking Mr. Artabili to testify as to a few additional things, or how we can move on.
We're done with Mr. Artabili, so he's not going to testify again. So
No.
There we are.
Sorry. Can you hear me now? I do have stuff to add. Can I repeat myself?
Ma'am, can you hold on, ma'am?
Sorry.
So although it's not the best thing to do, but are you asking for a break?
If she can finish her testimony.
I could
right
finish
now
it.
with
I
the
was able to
line, let's do
connect.
it.
I was able to connect.
No, I'm not asking for a break then.
Ma'am, you just hold your horses a minute, ma'am. Okay, this is not about you this time. Mr. Silverstein had asked for a break, and I'm trying to figure out. I was going to take a break anyway after your testimony, but if he wants to take a break now, although that's not what I want to do, I will do that. So So do you want to move forward, Mr. Silverstein?
Let's let her finish while she's still
Mr. Chair,
breathing.
we have an undecided objection.
Okay, go ahead. You were having problems with your pregnancy. You couldn't sleep.
Mr. Chair, we have an
Yes,
objection that has been ruled on.
Yes, hold on. Go ahead, Mr. Mixon. Hold on.
I raise, and I think that it is eminently clear that we are completely familiar with the experiences of people living in the specific unit of Jefferson Place with which this witness and the prior one did. We are going to see a second line of near identical statements attesting to a subjective experience of noise from this establishment. That position of the protestants is well understood, and that for the benefit of the record, the time of everyone here today, there's no need to revisit this subject matter.
And I agree with that, Mister. I agree. We had Ms. Dantzler testified that she was in the apartment. She was in his apartment. We had Mr. Artabelli testify about his experience in his apartment. So I think that it's repetitive and redundant. I mean, and all due respect, Ms. Rosenwig, I'm not stating that I do not appreciate your pain that you want to testify about, but I believe that I think for this record, it's not necessary to have this witness testify, since we have already had the investigator testify about this specific apartment. The husband testified about this specific apartment and the noise. So I don't think that her testimony is going to add to the record. So I would grant the motion just for her not to testify. I can't hear you if you're saying something, Mr. Silverstein.
You just said very well. I think that it is important dealing with health issues, that if a person is having these types of problems, this has not been. It's easy for us not being those who give birth to worry about these things or to what she's doing in order to protect her infant daughter now. I don't think it would do any harm to listen to that, but sir, if that is your decision, very well.
I mean, and it's, as I said before, I'm not trying to belittle her pain and what she has experienced in the apartment. However, we started off with Investigator Dantzler, and Investigator Dantzler testified about her experience in this apartment. We also had this her husband, also testified about his experience in this same apartment. So therefore, I appreciate what she has to say, but I think for this record, it's redundant to hear additional testimony up from this occupant of this apartment, sir. Okay.
And also, I would point out she was going to go and discuss how they had gone through the what Colby King and the Washington Post always calls the DC shuffle, going back and forth from one agency to another, from one department to another, to try to get relief and not get it. But we've heard that as well.
Yes, and he testified about that. And unfortunately, I don't know what decision that this board will make, but unfortunately, the board's hands, based on whatever decision the board makes today, when it issues, we have to make it in light of the law. The law that controls what jurisdiction that ABCA has regarding noise and its impact on residents. So whatever decision that is made, it's going to be guided what the law is. Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman, may I just say one?
Ma'am, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Okay, no.
I'm sorry. And you stated that you're a lawyer, ma'am. Maybe you're not a litigator. You stated you're a lawyer. So because you said that you're a lawyer, at least you understand this portion where we are, ma'am. Okay. So as I stated before, I appreciate your testimony, what you had to say today, and I appreciate, and I'm not taking light off what you wanted to testify, of what you wanted to testify that you experienced. I don't want it to be taken that the board is not appreciative of this, but since we have had two witnesses testify about your specific apartment and that that the residents of your apartment can hear noise from Onyx, having a third person testify about noise in this specific apartment, I think it's not necessary for this record, ma'am, okay? All right, okay, so I'm gonna sustain the objection, and I don't think that we needed to have any further witness testimony from this witness, okay?
Thank
All
you,
right,
Mr.
Mr. Silverstein? All right, thank you. All right. All right. So what we're gonna do, before we have any additional witnesses, we're gonna take a break. It is 3:22, and let's come back on the record at 3:35. So we're off the record until 3:35. All right. We're back in the record. All right, Mr. Silverstein, do you have another witness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Our next witness is ANC Commissioner Alex Marshall.
And this is your last witness, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Marshall, if you could identify yourself.
Hold on, where's Miss Marshall? Mr. Marshall. I apologize, Miss. I apologize. No, I should know you. I've seen you enough times not to have made that mistake. Mr. Marshall, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Your witness, sir.
Mr. Marshall, is this your single member district?
Yes, both the business and the home of the Protestants are my single member district.
Why
Fellow
didn't you,
Protestants, I should say.
I'm sorry. Why didn't you protest this in the first place?
So we did. In, I believe it was January of last year, ANC 2B voted to protest this establishment in order to seek a settlement agreement prior to the establishment opening. Unfortunately, the ANC, this was my first month in office, we did not get the protest letter to ABCA in time, so the case was dismissed. So the ANC has been seeking a settlement with this applicant since at least January of 2024. I'm sorry, 2025, that is.
And you tried and failed to achieve a settlement this fall and it went to mediation?
Correct.
And what happened after mediation?
Yeah, so during the mediation, the parties were present, including myself, the party of five, the applicants, as well as ABCA's mediator. And after the mediation session ended, I received via email a cease and desist order from someone who was not present in the mediation.
And what did these cease and desist order, what did the cease and desist order involve? Who did it come from? Tell us about that. Because
So
it's
the
a
cease
Objection relevance, Mr. Chair. We are repeating discussion on an issue for which you've already determined is beyond the scope of these proceedings. They're going to refer to a non-party, non-licensee, and it will provide no probative evidence for the appropriateness of Onyx.
Nothing could be farther from the truth, sir. The fact was that this involved things that happened in the mediation.
All right, but I guess what my concern is that, okay, where are we going with this? Okay, after the mediation, the ANC commissioner got a phone call from somebody, a cease and desist. I guess all right, where are we going with this line of questioning? What are you trying to get in the record? Just
That the
what do you
licensee violated the confidentiality of of the mediation hearing and ended up sicking a lawyer on someone with false claims.
Yeah, but that's not that's
This
not
was
a
part of a violation of the ABCA process.
Mr. Chair, there's no appropriateness factor that this speaks to.
Take a look
and
at
that's what
the cease and desist order, and maybe you can decide.
but I don't that's not appropriate for this hearing. Okay, that is not appropriate for this hearing. I don't see how that is relevant for the decision that assuming for argument's sake, everything that you stated is correct. That there was a mediation and someone contacted Mr. Marshall and they shared with him what was discussed at a mediation, and a cease and desist was issued. I don't understand. I don't see how that is going to help this board to make the decision whether or not we're going to renew the license or not.
Mr. Chair, may I?
No, you can't answer, Mr. Marshall. This is between Mr. Silverstein and Mr. Mixon.
Was this not an attempt to intimidate the protestants? to threaten to sue someone for something that someone had no business knowing, that in fact the licensee violated the confidentiality, and someone is threatened with a legal cease and desist order, a volunteer
Mr. Chair, this is not a piece
doing
of
this
quiet issue. This is not a
for no
vehicular
pay,
pedestrian safety issue. This is not a
is
real property
threatened.
values issue.
All right, Mr. Silverstein.
Yeah.
The confidentiality of what happens in mediation, it cannot be used here in a hearing. Okay, so we cannot use it. It prevents the use of what was discussed at this hearing. If a party decides after they leave the mediation to go talk to anyone else about what was discussed, that is their prerogative. They just cannot bring it in this hearing. So, as I state, there is no probative value that this, in a sense, if we're going to go down this line, it's not going to help this board. It's not going to help this board because at the end of the day, the parties that you're saying that were threatened with cease and desist and with whatever action, they're here today testifying.
Even
freely
the matters
testifying.
that were that they were threatened by did not actually happen.
I'm sorry, what did you say,
Do you
sir?
not?
I didn't hear you said, Mr. Silverstein.
The
I'm sorry.
things that the claims against Mr. Marshall did not occur, and the things that he was accused of doing or saying or whatever were false, and yet he gets hit with this. This is you're going to allow this to happen without anything without you provide ANCs with no protection.
But that's not. This is not the proper forum for that, sir. If there's, if someone feels, if you're threatened, or I know when we had the conversation earlier with the phone call, I mean that is DC is a one-party state, so therefore one party can record a phone call, so you can turn that over to the police and let the police investigate it and take whatever appropriate action. But for this protest hearing, there is really nothing that this board can do. I'm just assuming arguendo, everything that you want to testify to, Mr. Marshall, is correct. Assuming for argument's sake, there's nothing that this board can do to rectify, to correct that. There's nothing the board can do because we cannot, it's not one of the basis of the appropriateness standards. So there's really nothing that this board, I can sit here and listen to it and I can emphasize with you to say that's unfortunate if it's true, but I can't use that as the basis to approve or deny this renewal. The board cannot, we can't use that. So
In and of itself, Mr. Chairman, it may not be, but as we all know, a pattern of bad acts is a pattern of bad acts, and whether it involves embellishing a resume, whether it involves threatening a person by going after their wife, whether it involves cease and desist orders, whether it involves social media of blatantly obscene threats against people, this pattern of bad acts again and again and again, then it does affect the appropriateness standards. Is it appropriate for a business to do something like this? And it may also show, in essence, so many of these things involve Mr. Preet, who may or may not be, depending on whether it's a pattern of bad acts, the straw owner here, the person who is calling the shots, sir.
in this hearing, no, it is not relevant. Maybe if we're in a qualifications hearing, that maybe if this was a qualifications hearing, then if you want to bring in bring in bad acts by the licensee, maybe as part of a qualifications hearing, the board could use that as a factor in determining that whether or not that individual is qualified to hold a license. But that is not part of the standard that this board can rely upon in this hearing. So therefore, I'm going to sustain the objection and you have to move away from that line of question. And I know that Mr. Marshall, that you want to state your piece, but unfortunately, this is not the forum for this to occur. Okay. So,
Okay.
do you have another question, Mr. Silverstein?
I will ask this question, and I'll ask it this way. Did you ever feel bullied or threatened by
Yes.
your involvement?
Yeah, and not just me. The chair actually mentioned earlier that, if people felt truly bullied, they wouldn't be here. There are people who are concerned about this business, who would like to speak out against it, who are not here because they have shared that they have felt threatened by people who work for, own, or are related to this business. Multiple people, Mr. Chair.
This was not this matter that we are not discussing was not the only apparent violation by the licensee, some of which may involve peace, order, and quiet, or safety. Correct?
Yeah, that's correct. During this protest process, I discovered that this business has been selling hookah without a license from the District of Columbia.
Objection, Mr. Chair. You've already ruled on this issue at the outset of day one of the hearing. This is beyond the scope of the appropriateness standard. The ABC board does not have power to review hookah-related issues.
Sustain, and that
the
is
board ruled that it could be for safety.
Mr. Silverstein, I have to sustain the objection because the board was instructed by our lawyers that this is not an area that we regulate, so therefore we cannot take this as a factor in our rulings. I know that when you were on the board routinely ruled on hookah, but since your departure, we were instructed by the Office of the Attorney General that this was not a part of our jurisdiction, and so therefore we can no longer make findings and facts and make any type of rulings on hookah. So therefore, on smoking, because we do not regulate smoking. So therefore, that is the reason why I am sustaining the objection, and you cannot ask that question, sir.
Let me get this. I believe is it 823 is the catch-all that essentially.
But I know where you go. But as I'm stating, I'm stating the board was instructed by the Office of the Attorney General that we do not regulate smoking. This is not part of part of our jurisdiction, and so therefore, none of our decisions we cannot make any rulings on hookah, whether or not that an establishment is selling and serving hookah without a license from the Department of Health. The Department of Health is the agency that issues license in hookah, and if the parties believe that they are selling and serving hookah without a license, then they have to file a complaint with the Department of Health, and it cannot be raised at ABCA.
We cannot, even though we have asked the Department of Health, and the Department of Health has informed us that they do not have a license, and even though we have video that shows that they were doing hookah and were promoting it, and that hookah burns at 1,300 degrees and is far more dangerous than other open fires, that we cannot bring this up as a matter of safety as opposed to as a matter of violation of law, and as a matter of peace, order, and quiet, that this type of thing is dangerous.
Whether or not I agree with you, sir, I have to sustain the objection, and if
Okay.
if the ANC if the protestants feel strongly on this issue, then they have to take up this matter with the Court of Appeals, and if the Court of Appeals come back to us and tell us that we have to rule on this issue, then we will. But I'm sustaining the objection, and we have to move on, sir.
I respect your opinion and your legal opinion. I do recall how when I was on this board, we did deal with matters like this.
And I made the distinction, sir. I stated
right
when I joined this board 12 years 11 years ago, yes, this board routinely ruled that was part of our decisions. But subsequent to that, we were informed by the Office of Attorney General that we cannot make rulings on hookah because we do not regulate hookah.
And but I would say that in my previous life, in 40 years in broadcast journalism, I cut my teeth on the Beverly Hills Supper Club fire and many other such disasters. And I have a personal obsession with making sure, as Mr. Short did when we were on the board, that there were always two methods of ingress and egress, and that these things should never be allowed to happen, and that no one should pass the buck as they're doing on something like this. And that's why I'm so obsessed with it.
Yeah, I appreciate that, sir. What I'm stating is that unfortunately, this is not an area that the board can issue any findings on, because we do not have authority to regulate smoking within the District of Columbia. Okay.
Okay. I respectfully disagree, but you're the umpire, and you're the one who makes the calls. Let's move on then. Commissioner Marshall, what is it the ANC wants, basically? What are you asking for in this particular case?
Yeah, we're seeking protections for neighboring residents so that they cannot hear amplified noise from within their homes. So this is something that we regularly seek in settlement agreements, and that I would say, since the applicant, I can't talk about mediation and negotiations, but I wouldn't be here otherwise. Since we weren't able to come to an agreement on a settlement agreement, I'd like the board to issue a board order that requires the establishment to have their amplified noise at a level that cannot be heard from within residential units.
I can't hear Mr. Silverstein. You're on mute.
I'm sorry. And you're doing that not just to protect Jefferson Place, but
Yes. So this building, as we've discussed, is I believe maybe 10 feet from an apartment building under construction, as well as there is another apartment building immediately across the street from that under construction as well. This is a location that is increasingly becoming more residential, which is something that I encourage, that DC government as a whole encourages. Straight up to the mayor's office, the city has put a lot of money into office to residential conversions, and this is kind of the hotspot in the city for that. And so it's really imperative that we know this is an issue with this establishment. With one building that's further away, it's going to become a bigger issue with this establishment with buildings that are even closer, which we know is happening.
What do the Ring Building's new owners, Davis Property, stand on all this? Have you been in touch with them? And have they expressed an opinion or let you know their concerns?
Yes, I have been in touch.
Objection relevance, Mr. Chair, set forth before. Discussion of future residences beyond the scope of the issues relevant to a renewal protest, which relate to the actual operations the establishment has done since it's received a license, the impact it's had on the people who actually live there.
Mr. Chair, this is a building that has been purchased and is in the process of being gutted right now.
I did allow testimony, so I'm going to overrule the objection. I did allow, to be consistent, I did allow testimony to talk about future residents, but we don't need to go. I'll allow some leeway to have limited testimony.
Yes. So yes, so you can actually, the board can hear directly from the owners of this building because they submitted a letter, which we have as evidence in the PIF, that reiterates their support for the ANC's position on this matter, and that in the event that we are unable to seek a settlement agreement, that they support our efforts to encourage the board to impose a board order.
Could we at this point introduce Exhibit 1, which would be the
Hold on, who is
Mr.
Okay.
Marshall, Mr.
All right.
Marshall's on.
Mr. Orlena, can you please allow Mr. Marshall to share his screen?
Access granted.
Sorry, give me one moment to pull up which
Uh,
number page this is. Okay. Share screen 2. Okay. Oh, sorry, sharing screen 1. I want to share screen 2. I will just drag this over one moment. I'm sorry. Let's see. Oh, sorry. I'm not very familiar with WebEx. Okay. Are you now able to see a letter on your screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so this is a letter from the Davis Companies, which is the owner and developer of the Ring Building. I've been in touch with them throughout their process. We've worked with them on multiple permits and their applications. And so this letter, which is 2 pages long, that we're entering the evidence, reiterates that the building exists in part because of, or the conversion process exists in part because of the district's effort to encourage housing in this location. They want to be good neighbors with the surrounding community, including nightlife establishments. That, however, they've had a number of concerns about the impact on their residents to enjoy peace, order, and quiet in their new homes due to high volume. We have experienced high volumes of noise from within our property that will translate to impacts on future residents. It's clear and evident to anyone that having a loud rooftop lounge with hundreds of people and loud music as little as 15 feet away from the apartment's windows would have a negative impact on desirability. There must be protections for future residents. We respectfully request the board, 1, approve any settlement agreement reached between the parties that incorporates these decisions, or 2, if an agreement cannot be reached, impose these conditions in a board order. So
This is Exhibit 9. We would ask that it be accepted.
Mr. Mixon, do you have any objection?
I will object on relevance in that the authors of this letter are not present residents of this establishment, of this area, and do not have any experience of being impacted by the establishment's operations that have actually existed during the period of its licensure.
I'm going to overrule the objection and allow it into evidence. If you want to cross-examine him later on regarding the contents of this document, you can, sir. But I'm going to move over your objection, Exhibit 9, into evidence for what it's worth.
We'd like to also introduce Exhibit 1, building photos and permits on this particular.
What's Exhibit 1?
This is the
cover page.
Documentation, proximity of Onyx to existing and under construction residential buildings. It shows just how close they are. The permits, I mean, they're 10 feet away. And the third floor of third and fourth floor are at the same level as the rooftop. We want that to be shown on here. That's why we're doing it.
All right. So let him identify the document, sir.
Yeah, so these are...
Go ahead, Mr. Marshall.
Yeah, so these are a series of pictures and maps that demonstrate the proximity of the establishment, Onyx, to both the under construction 166, I believe it is, units at the Ring Building, as well as other residential buildings.
Do you want to show the?
Yep. So this first image here is an overhead satellite view. The red is the location of Onyx, the rooftop portion. And then this entire building here, right here, the Ring Building, is the building that's under conversion to residential. And then in blue here is the Jefferson Row condominium. So these are the most proximate residential buildings, as well as within, I believe it's, close to 400 feet, there's another residential building under construction as well. I think most relevant, this is a picture that Onyx has posted online of what their rooftop open looks like, with showing its very immediate proximity, about 10, 15 feet at most, to what is about to become a residential unit. And then we also have in this exhibit just building permits documenting that this building is being converted to residential. But yeah, I think this is the most important thing for the board to consider, is the proximity of this.
The rooftop is on the left, and the third floor or fourth floor or whatever of the ring building is on the right. That's the distance.
And you can also see that so this is a retractable roof and wall. It's not that thick. So, in the testimony during the previous day, there was photos of a wall where there were some small windows surrounded by, I don't remember if it was like brick or cinder block. That's not representative of what most of the exterior of this building is. Most of the exterior of the roof deck is like this, very thin. I'm not sure the material. The images that were shared by the applicant in their testimony, I believe, were very misleading in terms of they're not representative of what this rooftop is largely like.
Are we done with that one?
I believe so.
Mr. Nixon asked why we did not send any, or did not share any sound things. And I think that perhaps we should answer that. And I think the answer should start with the process, how late you got started, and then also see what we can offer. You want to help us out with that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think we didn't think it was 100% necessary, in part because there was evidence from a number of residents as well as applicant employees demonstrating that the noise could be heard from within the residence. We do, however, if Mr. Mixon is interested, and if the board is interested, have sound readings that show what sound is like from immediately outside the establishment, both when it's open and when it's not open, that we're happy to enter into evidence.
Well, this would be rebuttal evidence then against what he has said. We felt we had enough, but let's. You want to give it to? You want to play it and explain it?
Objection, of course, for being beyond the scope of the PIF.
What? So, I'm sorry. Is this an evidence? Was this submitted as part of the PIP?
It was not submitted as part of the PIF, but Mr. Mixon asked Mr. Artabili why you didn't give any evidence. And the answer is because we started late in the business, but we have it. And being that he asked why we didn't, we have it and we'd like to show it now. This is traditional rebuttal. Why didn't you do it? Well, here it is.
I'm not going to allow that to occur. I mean, I think I heard testimony. I heard testimony from that the ANC wanted to protest this this license from 2024.
Sorry, 2025, sir. I misspoke. January 2025.
All right. Well, that the ANC wanted to protest, but because they missed the deadline, that their protest was dismissed. So this is not the ANC was no, I'm not going to allow that. So I'm not going to allow that. So I'm not going to have that testimony as rebuttal. Okay. Because it's this is on peace, order, and quiet. And if we're complaining about noise, then if you have facts, you should have put in evidence. Your evidence to say that this is a noise. So no. So I'm not going to allow the introduction of any additional documents that were not disclosed as part of the PIP. All right.
Okay. Anything else that you want to add in terms of how this ties in with the city's hope to renovate our ANC area with all this going on, and what's at stake here, and what the ANC believes the board needs to do and why.
Yeah, absolutely. A big part of why I ran for ANC is because of the housing crisis in the city. And so I'm very supportive of the efforts to bring more residential buildings into downtown. And this is really the border of downtown and residential DC. And so there's been a big impact on existing residents, but I think this case really will have a big impact on future conversions. I think the decisions that this board makes will really be a factor in whether people feel comfortable building near nightlife establishments that are remarkably loud. Everyone, including myself, the developers of these residential buildings, we see nightlife as a positive. But we also understand that some very reasonable limitations should be put in place. And these are limitations that, we seek and we voluntarily receive from other establishments in this immediate location, including within the same building.
Anything else you want to add? Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I would just like to note for the board that ANC2B submitted a letter a few weeks ago that we were instructed by ABCA Legal not to submit as evidence, but that further states the ANC's belief on this, just like ANC2C did. The board is required under DC law to give that letter great weight. And so we've submitted that to ABCA Legal, to the other party. It's been received by Mr. Berman. So I would just like to reiterate my request that you consider it, given that it's not in the PIF, as we were told not to put it in there by ABCA Legal.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry. I can't consider anything if it's not in the PIP. I cannot consider it.
Sir, your staff told me not to put it in the PIF, but that it would be considered. Mr. Berman, I can share you emails from him about this. I've discussed this with ANC counsel, with Mr. Berman. DC law does say that ANCs, even ANCs that don't protest, can be given great weight or must be given great weight by the board in a protest hearing. And we were told specifically to send the letter to ABCA Legal. We were told, and in part, the reason why I know we were told to do that is because when I made mention of it to Mr. Berman, he said, this needs to go to the other party as well. It can't just go to ABCA Legal. I said, my intention is to put it in the PIF, so they will receive it in the PIF. And Mr. Berman said, this should not go in the PIF. You should make administrative notice of it to the board. So, Mr. Berman and the other party received it duly noticed, and we were told by ABCA not to put it in the PIF.
All right. I will find out. I will as we move forward. Yes, the agency has the the document that you submitted. I don't know what it is, but yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I
Yes,
may,
sir.
just one line of objection. Foundational principle of administrative law that any administrative decision has to be determined exclusively by information within the record.
As I am in agreement. I was not privy to the conversation. I think there's maybe we're talking about apples and oranges. Now, the board is aware, and every board decision, it talks about the great weight that we give to ANCs. So every one of the board decisions that we issue, it says great weight, but I just want the ANC to be aware that great weight doesn't, at least in my interpretation of great weight doesn't mean that if the ANC says we want X, that the board has to give X. What the board has to do, the board has to consider the recommendation that's made by the ANC, give it great weight, but we can state why the reason why we are not agreeing with this decision, it's for these reasons. So, or the reasons why we're agreeing with these reasons is for these reasons. That's what it means for great weight. It doesn't mean that. So we have to consider it and give a well-reasoned explanation why we object, why we accept or disagree with the recommendations of the ANC. That's what my interpretation of great weight means. But all right, so okay, I mean, and that's one of the reasons why I've been, and I don't know what this communication is, but we routinely get communications from the council, and it always shows up on our calendar, on our agenda that we review it, and the board. So if you look at the board's agenda, whenever whatever communications that we receive, the board always reviews it and it's on our agenda. And I try now to make a concerted effort to advise folks that if something is in your PIP, in order for it to be in the record, for it to be considered, you need to move it into have testimony and move it in evidence. So, but
May I can I read from what Mr. Berman wrote?
you don't need to do that, Mr. Marshall. What I'm stating is that the agency is in receipt of whatever document that you submitted. The agency is in receipt of that. And so every decision that this board made is based on the law. And so at the end of this hearing, I read all these instructions and I don't read them just because I need to read them. It's because this is what I have to do to state, like, for example, if I was going to take a break to go, like initially there was a legal question that I wasn't sure in my mind how to go. And so I was gonna do a legal reading to say I was gonna meet with our lawyer for our lawyer to explain what the law is, and then I would come back to the hearing to say we were in executive session, we met with our lawyer, and this is our interpretation. So yeah, I'm aware of what it is and I try to comply with the law, that every decision that's made by this board is grounded in what the law is. Okay, so I'm not going to dispute that you have not provided that information to our general counsel, and in the decision that's issued, Mr. Mixon, if that is considered, there will be an explanation in the decision why that was considered. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. All right, so are you done with your direct, Mr. Silverstein? Or
Yes,
do you
sir.
have more? Oh, before we move on, Mr. Silverstein, I just want to, and before I forget, I moved Exhibit 9 in evidence on, although Mr. Mixon had objected to it. The pictures of the future resident, what exhibit was that?
In the
That's
future,
Exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Exhibit 1 was the pictures,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And
Yeah,
you
so what's
want
marked on the
more?
PIF is
and
what's
you
marked
want
on the PIF is Exhibit 1.
I
Those
but
pictures.
I know, but now you testify, you need to move it into evidence, and so therefore I'm reminding counsel that it was not moved into evidence. So I want to ask him if he wants to move Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Oh, yes, sir.
And Mr. Mixon.
I will reiterate the objection that information about impacts on residents not living here during the period of licensure is not relevant evidence for the appropriateness standard.
All right, thank you for that representation, Mr. Mixon, that you always represent and preserve the rights of your client. But I'm gonna overrule the objection and I'm gonna move it into evidence. I'm moving Exhibit 1 into evidence. Okay. All right. And I basically stated we were supposed to have testimony and some other exhibits, but I ruled that was not relevant for this hearing. All right. All right. It's cross-examination. Do you have any questions, Mr. Mixon, of Mr. Marshall?
Yes, briefly. Commissioner Marshall, thanks for being here today. Would you have taken the position of filing a protest, had you not heard concerns from some of the other protestant witnesses, such as Mr. Arbili, because Onyx does not have a settlement agreement?
Sorry, I think there were two parts to that question. Are you saying that?
Let me make it concise. Sorry. Say you had not heard from concerns from other neighbors. Would you have advised the ANC to file a protest because the establishment hasn't entered into an agreement?
Well, I did in January do just that. I had not heard from neighbors at that point when the ANC voted at a duly noticed meeting to do that. When it came back up for renewal, I usually, I had been in touch with the establishment for multiple months asking for a settlement before we actually started hearing from neighbors about the issues. So, yes, I would have sought one had I not heard from them because that's actually what I did. Sought one without hearing from them.
Yeah, thank you. Are you aware that the establishment falls within a mixed-use zone?
I am.
Are you familiar with mixed-use zones frequently containing spaces for socialization, nightlife establishments?
Of course.
Was it your testimony earlier during direct examination that nightlife can be a benefit to a community?
Yeah, absolutely. I think many of the other buildings on this block that are nightlife are credit to the community. I don't think Onyx is right now.
No further questions.
Any questions by the board? All right, okay. Let me see if I had any questions. Mr. Marshall, thank you very much for your testimony today. You have a great day.
You're welcome. You as well. Thank you.
I think we're ready for closing. Well, let me ask Mr. Mixon, do you have any rebuttal witness you wish to call?
No, Mr. Chair. Applicant's prepared to proceed to closing.
All right, and I know that you've already presented your rebuttal witness, Mr. Silverstein. Are you ready for closing, or do you want a break before we go to closing?
Can we break for 5 minutes?
Right. All right, it's 4:17. Let's get back at 4:25. Okay, so
Thank you,
we're
sir.
off the record until 4:25. Okay.
Mr. Silverstein, your camera is still on.
We're back in the record. All right. Mr. Mixon. Okay, so what I'll ask the parties to do in closing is to specifically state what is it that they want the board to do. Okay, so go ahead, Mr. Mixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Onyx Rooftop Lounge has demonstrated by substantial evidence that its operations have not had an adverse impact on peace, order, and quiet, residential parking needs, or vehicular and pedestrian safety, or real property values. You first heard from ABCA investigator Burnell Davis, who testified that in 6 visits to the establishment, ABCA investigators found no violations of ABC law, regulation, or disturbances to the community. You also heard from Artavan Misgara, general manager for Onyx, who testified to the ample public transit options within the surrounding area, preventing the possibility of any adverse impacts on residential parking needs or vehicular and pedestrian safety. Mr. Misgara further testified that, in accordance with Investigator Davis's testimony, for all the times that ABCA investigators have visited the establishment in response to anonymous noise complaints, the investigators' findings have produced no violations being added to Onyx's record, including for any noise output issues. Mr. Mesgar even identified an incident December 10th, 2025, in which ABCA investigators responded to a noise complaint and visited Onyx on a Wednesday in which the business was not even open, a fact that should give the board pause when it considers the testimony presented by the protestants. Lastly, Mr. Mesgar informed the board of the substantial support Onyx has received from some of its closest neighbors, as 3 different M Street businesses wrote letters articulating that they feel Onyx has had a positive contribution to the community. And as a reminder, I'll just briefly read from some of those letters. Kevin Samuels, the owner of the adjacent business Favapot, stated, based on operations during normal business hours, we've not experienced noise, activity, or other conditions from the neighboring property that have affected our business, staff, or guests. Omar Sheikh, owner of Talk and Tacos, said that Onyx has made a noticeable difference in the safety of the corridor, and that with respect to noise, quote, we do not hear loud music coming from Onyx even when walking past the building. And Tanon Tamagtapagol, general manager for Boqueria, concurred with these sentiments with statements such as, since Onyx has been operating, our team has felt more comfortable with staff leaving after closing. And in terms of disruptions, we haven't experienced any. We operated outdoor seating. We would be aware if music or noise from Onyx carried onto the street in a disruptive way. This has not been our experience. The board also heard from Onyx's head of security, Charles Van Dorn, a seasoned expert in security operations. Mr. Van Dorn testified that Onyx is well staffed, its personnel are thoroughly trained, and they are positioned in such a way as to be fully aware of what is taking place in the premises at all times, respond promptly to any issues that may arise. Mr. Van Dorn explained that Onyx implements all the procedures that should be found in a responsibly managed life establishment. Patrons are checked for identification, search for the door to prevent underage consumption or the presence of weapons or illegal substances in the establishment, and the establishment is well covered by security cameras, and staff are prepared to provide any footage requested by ABCA or MPD. It's clear that Mr. Van Dorn's methods have worked because Onyx has received no violations since its opening. Perhaps most importantly for the issues raised in this protest, you heard from audio engineering expert Alex Hodge, who provided a thorough accounting of measures used to understand Onyx's noise output and to mitigate that output such that the establishment remains fully compliant with District of Columbia noise laws. You saw the 3 videos of the sound test performed at Mr. Hodge's direction, just a small sample of the overall work done to get the most accurate assessment possible, which showed that there was no abnormal output from sound from the establishment. Mr. Hodge used this information to inform his recommendations for sound mitigation measures, which included decoupling previously paired subwoofers and repositioning them so they did not overly amplify one another, instituting a master attenuator on the DJ's mixer to establish a hard ceiling on the volume of live entertainment, and construction of double-layered sound dampening materials on the windows and walls of the establishment to prevent any potential sound leakage. In sum, Mr. Hodge described these as substantial, permanent, good faith mitigation measures. The success of Mr. Hodge's measures is evident, as in the 6 weeks since we met for the first day of this protest hearing, Onyx has not received a violation of DC Code 25-725. In total, that is 7 months of operation since its opening, in which no ABCA investigator has been able to substantiate any of these purported noise issues as being the result of Onyx's operations. What you've not heard in the course of these proceedings is real quantifiable evidence attributing the noise mentioned in protestants' testimony to Onyx. Although the protestants did spend substantial time attempting to admit evidence on the speculative impacts on future residents, allegations about individuals uninvolved with the ownership operation of the establishment unqualified by the license, and issues beyond the scope of the ABC board to review on the appropriateness standard. Protestant's case is bereft of any video or audio recording evidence of the alleged noise issues, and without that kind of substantive evidence, the protestants cannot substantiate the allegations that they have presented. Great doubt exists about the source of this noise, as Mr. Hodge set forth in his testimony, with a high volume of neighboring establishments, with also catering to a nightlife crowd and time frame of operation. Protestants' witnesses have referred to alleged noise issues on Sundays, a night that the establishment is nearly almost always closed. And as was mentioned in Mr. Mizgar's testimony, an ABCA investigator responded to a complaint visiting the establishment on a night where the establishment was simply closed. In sum, the establishment has done everything you can ask a responsible operator to do, and the proof is simply not there that its operations and entertainment have produced an adverse impact on peace, order, and quiet. Over the last 7 weeks, when attention would have been the highest for the establishment to determine its operations and to create new evidence, in support of the protestants' case of adverse impacts, none have been found. For the foregoing reasons, Onyx has met its burden to demonstrate its appropriateness by substantial evidence, and we respectfully request that the board renew its license in its present state, free and clear of any additional conditions or restrictions on the approved operations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Silverstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Board members, I want to thank you for your patience. I guess first question is, if we weren't sure about this, why would we be going through all this? In 20 years as an ANC commissioner and 10 years on the board, I've never heard a case of people having to sleep in bathrooms, of folks spending $13,064.40 on windows because they couldn't sleep at all, on a woman being worried about the health of her unborn baby because she couldn't sleep in the last moments, in the last weeks of her pregnancy. I've heard plenty of cases of students worried about that they couldn't sleep the night before a final, but some of these things go far beyond anything that I've ever heard. The other side says that there have been no citations, but as we heard from numerous witnesses, that's because this is in a mixed-use district and the folks in this area are in the twilight zone. ABCA can't move on this, but the other agencies won't come out at night. They won't do anything. So they could be out there every night with a tuba band and no one would do anything about it. And that is beyond frustrating. And that's why we have been acting this way and why we are so passionate about this. People have a right to the peaceful use of their own home, the right to a good night's sleep. That's the whole point of living somewhere, is that you can go there, that you can be safe, that you can sleep, that you can rest, that you can get dressed and be safe. And we've also heard from the ABCA investigator, Dantzler. She was 100% certain 100% certain that this noise that was disturbing came from Onyx. And we heard from any number of people that this problem did not begin at all until August of 2022 or 2025, when Onyx opened, that they were fine with all the other establishments. This is a mixed-use district, but it's lively and livable, or at least it was livable until Onyx began. And the residents are saying they moved out or they're moving out when their leases are up, properties remain sold. The other side is showing a Redfin post from 2022 as if real estate prices didn't go up everywhere from 2022 to 2024, 25. And then they're talking about what they're listing as a price, but there are all these units that are unsold here. Absolutely, it beggars disbelief that anyone could say that having this kind of noise next to you does not negatively affect your property values. As Commissioner Groth mentioned, there are going to be many of these conversions from office to residential in order to reinvent downtown, because 20 to 30% vacancy rates, buildings becoming vacant, buildings becoming bankrupt and being sold on bankruptcy. We're setting a precedent here as to provide protection. The city is providing more than $40 million in tax abatements to make it possible for developers to redevelop these buildings, to repurpose them, which is not a cheap thing to do, in order that people can live there. And we can't, on one hand, give tax abatements for people to live there, and on the other hand, turn our backs on those people and make it impossible for them to live here. This case is where we chart the way forward and set the precedent. What we need here is we need real restrictions on what can be done to make it possible for people to live in buildings here, like this one, which was built in the 19th century, the one we're in, that they can continue to live in this building without being deaf. As one with a hearing loss, this place could be luxury housing for the deaf. We need to look at the rooftop and the problems there. No one's having a problem with what's going on downstairs, but it's that rooftop with the polycarbonate with a plastic top over it, and it's sometimes open and sometimes not, and people complaining that their buildings, their roof, their windows shake and all this at 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. Put some regulations on that. It's always been in this neighborhood, balancing lively and livable, making it possible for both sides to survive and to live here and to enjoy what they're doing. And if it means closing down the rooftop at a certain time, if it means, and this is really where we go with this thing, making it so that ABRA can decide that people who are here shall not make noise that can be heard in the apartments and homes of the people who live in this area. We have for decades managed to live together. We have fought these things, but we've never had it in this type of situation. And I mean, right now, this lively, livable thing is out of whack. The licensees' behavior and their response to community concerns, some of which you could hear, some of which you couldn't. But trust me, this is why we're so invested in this thing, that this kind of response puts the entire office to residential tax abatement program of the city at risk. That no one's going to move downtown if you can't live there. It's just that simple. And the history of this operation of the past 7 months, not what happened back for all those years when it was properly run by ABCA and there were no problems. It's what's been done now is not appropriate to this site. And ladies and gentlemen, I have this question. I'm going to finish with this. Would this operation be appropriate 15 feet away from your residence? Would you live in this type of situation? It's our job as a city to rebuild downtown. It's our job of the city for one arm of the government to do what is not negative to the other. Let's fix this. Let's make it lively and livable. Let's make it possible for us all to work together. Put on the restrictions that were there for ABCA, and this thing would be over in a minute. Again, I apologize if if I've been a little emotional on this, but we all love DC. We want it to be for everyone. And I want to thank you again for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silverstein. I want to thank the parties for their presentation today and previously. The record is now closed. Do the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law or waive their rights to do so?
We will.
As will the applicant.
All right, so the transcripts will be emailed to the parties in approximately 3 weeks. 30 days upon receipt of the transcript, the proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law are due to the board, and the board will issue a decision 90 days after that period of time. If the parties in the interim decide to change their mind, please so inform the board, and so we would move towards issuing the decision. All right, so let me close the record on this case. Hold on, please. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Code Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 25 PRO 00090 Onyx Rooftop Lounge, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2-575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 25 PRO 00090 Onyx Rooftop Lounge for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2-575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn?
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows?
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed 3-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you, the parties, for their presentation. Have a great day.
Thank you all. And again,
thank you.
apologies for going a little long.
Have a great day.
Have a great day, everybody. Thank you.
All right, if there are no other business, we're done with our agenda for the day, so let me close the record for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on March 25th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for March 25th, as published in the DC Register on March 20th. On March 20th. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it has been properly seconded. Ms. Quinn?
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows?
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in a timely manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I'd like to thank all board members who participated in our hearings today. We're now adjourned. I'll now ask all board members to return to executive session for further development. good afternoon. Thank you.